Before we dive into that, do you want to say something, Kevin?
Sorry, just to say, I forgot to click the live stream. So we're now live streaming. You all should get a warning there. So I'll put the link to the live stream on the website as well.
Yeah, so before we dive into this program that has been largely constructed by everybody's suggestions over, who's muted me? Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So before we dive into that program, we've got just an opportunity for anyone else to give some reflections from yesterday. Sort of what did you think about it? What did you learn yesterday that you hadn't known before? Or, what do you think we need to focus on today? So this is just an opportunity for the next sort of 10 or so minutes for anyone to put their hand up or switch their microphone on and just chat a bit about yesterday's. Nothing like putting everyone on the spot first thing in the morning. So I don't know, maybe Melvin, I see you're online, or as the DARA project, do you want to, I think you were there for large fractions of yesterday. Do you want to say anything particularly about what was discussed, or what do you think we should be discussing going forward?
Well, I was just I didn't want to take the lead since it's an African forum. But I was, just looking through the list of topics in the unconference list. Some, all of which seem very appropriate. I think something I raised in a comment on the document yesterday, and it was mentioned quite a lot during the discussions yesterday, was sort of academic industrial collaboration, and especially the idea of, if we want to try and educate get a lot of people into astrophysics in Africa through expanding the university curriculum, just like anywhere else, only a small fraction of those would actually end up, working in astrophysics as their career. And so this idea of skills training that can be translated sideways into other relevant industries, especially the sort of, vibrant emerging space sector in Africa. And, this links up with the work of the OAD as well in sort of trying to persuade people with an interest in astronomy to then use that to generate wealth and income and jobs. And so I was wondering whether there might be scope for a kind of business day, if you like, at the GA as a way of showcasing, some of the success stories in that area over, that are going to probably already happened and will happen between now and 2024. Might not be a bad idea. So often I think the GAs have an industry day, but that tends to be dominated, by engineering firms. You could imagine an industry day anyway, where, all the big firms that have been involved in, building Salt and SK and all these kind of things turn up and have a jamboree. But I don't mean that. I mean a low level thing where, more of a business day where people who have been trained in astronomy and have done their own startups can showcase what they're doing, and other areas where skills from astronomy have been translated successfully into other business areas. So I think, that might give it a different spin. And, you know, certainly one could imagine a one-day session on that at the GA, I think.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's a very interesting perspective and something new to try. Thanks, Melvin. Jamal or Charles, would either of you like to say anything? I don't see anyone else with their hand up yet. Maybe someone else from the African Astronomical Society, Sarah. Sarah Abotsi, you were here quite a bit yesterday. Do you want to provide some reflection?
Oh, Vanessa, it's too early in the morning for me.
You haven't had your first coffee yet, have you?
No, well, only just to say, I mean, you know, yeah, like you're saying, I mean, just an amazing variety of you know, showcase of what different people are doing. I mean, it's always fascinating to see. So yes, and I think what Melvin, sorry, my mind went blank there for a second. What Melvin just said, I think is really interesting and very useful. I think that would be, you know, a very useful session to have. So yes, I mean, I'm looking forward to today. It's yeah. I mean, the whole GA, yeah, it's such a great opportunity. But I think the real nitty-gritty of how we really, you know, optimize it is the issue. So yes, it was a good day yesterday and looking forward to today.
Yeah, there's lots of great ideas, and it's now a case of acting on them, I guess. Susan, did you want to say anything? You can't hide now because your video is on.
I was waiting to check whether it's Susan Muravana. Well, not at the moment. I definitely, I just came into the meeting, so I'm just catching up, but it was interesting to hear what the previous speaker had to say. And yeah, looking forward to more discussions. I'll probably say something later. Thanks, Vanessa.
Cool. Yeah, we're just doing some kind of reflections on yesterday and how we'd like to see the program develop today. Is that Declan with your hand up there?
Yeah. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, Declan.
Congratulations on such a comprehensive meeting. And so really, I just wanted to make one or two comments, really, and I'm not sure if I'm following the correct procedure, so please forgive me. So I did listen to a lot of yesterday, and I was struck by the very impressive emphasis and also recognition of the need for outreach and engagement and all that sort of good stuff, and also, of course, the focus on the need for future funding sources. So really, just two one or two suggestions. The first suggestion I just shared earlier with Kevin, and I still have to put into one of the documents or another, is having listened to yesterday, I really feel that this this topic, as I would see it, as global astronomy, with clearly a huge opportunity to focus on Africa at the General Assembly in 2024, I think should be highlighted during the United Nations process, in particular at the United Nations General Assembly next year. Now, I've a few, there are many reasons for potentially doing this, but maybe just look at one or two of them. So one is, again, just listening to yesterday. I just in an entirely constructive way. I didn't hear a lot. Now, I wasn't there for everything, but I didn't hear. There was a lot of discussion, very valuable, around, as I mentioned, awareness and funding and engagement. But there wasn't, in my view, sufficient discussion around the enabling policy environment for all these good things to happen in future. And I felt, and again, just putting it I suppose an example I use in my work regularly. If I'm applying for a funding opportunity today, that funding opportunity has gone through a policy process 2 or 3 years ago for it to arrive at a call for whatever today. So my point in it here is that there's, I think, enormous benefit to be derived from focusing on that, whatever, metaphor or cliche you want to use, upstream process. And I feel the United Nations would be a very good area in which to do that, and also to engage in the arena of science diplomacy. And I think that, again, brings enormous valuable awareness and visibility in addition, and this is my point, in addition to policymaker engagement. So that's a general point. In particular, more particularly, I would suggest that to perhaps link the General Assembly process to the UN process called Local 2030. I don't know if you're familiar with that. And the local 2030 process is the initiative led by the UN agency, the UN Development Program, the UNDP in New York. And the idea behind Local 2030 is to give a local community level expression to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And to the extent that you are clearly addressing very many important issues, potentially chief of which are the education domain and the skills and skilling and upskilling domain, I feel that's very germane to this narrative. So I just really wanted to say that might be a context, and then just by way of awareness. And again, it's none of the. I'm not presenting any of these things as terribly simple, but I am saying that it could be a valuable new arena. And then just to highlight also the forthcoming EU Africa summit, which will take place in February of next year, and that, as you know, will advance a future agenda.
So Declan, I think these are really great suggestions, and maybe if it's okay with you, we can bring them up in one of the unconference sessions later in the day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, as I said, I didn't know where to insert, but I just wanted to, in case I missed something later, so that was my reason for jumping in now.
Fantastic. No, that's great. So David, you had a short comment, which I think will also be discussed later on. Do you want to just briefly mention it?
Well, yeah, I was just saying, I guess I was struck by, from the talks yesterday, the range of different facilities already in existence on the continent, but also plans for other ones. And I guess this just feeds into the discussion we're going to have later about potential integration of these facilities. So I think particularly on Friday, if I'm not mistaken, will be an opportunity to talk about this concept note for an African integrated observation system, which, would be as much bringing together facilities, but also much more importantly, people, to work together, which I think is it's a bit of a challenge. I know it's been done sort of bilaterally or in small numbers on a sort of ad hoc basis, but I think there's great potential to do this in a more programmatic way and bring more resources, and that is just going to be so beneficial for the development of astronomy, for people connecting young researchers distributed throughout the continent, many of whom are sort of somewhat isolated. So I'm really sort of quite enthused by what I saw yesterday.
Yeah, I think you're right, David. It's a real huge opportunity, isn't it? I think with that, thank you everyone for your thoughts, and for those who are still having coffees and waking up. I hope you've got at least half of a coffee down now, because I'm going to hand over to Kevin so that we can begin the session.
Yeah, I don't know whether Vanessa means that you need coffee when you're dealing with my part of the session, but I hope you're not tired of my voice from the from the document yesterday and so on. Thanks, everyone. Before we just close on yesterday, one of the points that people made yesterday was who is actually at this meeting. So we put together very quickly the list of participants. Can you see my screen there? So on the website, there's the full list of participants. So just the name, institution, and the country. And at the bottom, we just did a quick Google map of where all the participants are from. So this is sort of just to get an idea of where everyone is from. And you can see there's quite a nice distribution. These countries are mentioned at least once. So you can play around with this. It's on the web page at the moment. Right, and then on the main web page, you'll see in the program itself, what we've done now is that we've taken the comments from the Google Doc. So so based on this Google document, people proposed topics and people voted on it. You know, keep this going. Add more topics if you want to. But given that we have limited time, we've chosen the most popular ones and we've put it onto this document. So each of these topics are not meant to be, you know, a really long session, but let's try and have a discussion on each of these topics now, and we'll run through very quickly, use the chat function, use the Slack, but each of these people will be asked just to present what they were thinking in terms of these ideas and why it's important to have on the program. So with that, let's kick it off. Charles, you want to start off with the Africa survey?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Kevin.
So sharing. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. No, it's fine. I don't need to share screen. I'm just going to talk about it briefly. All right. So the Astronomy in Africa survey was initiated by the AFA Science Committee. And the idea behind the survey is for us to be able to obtain a clearer picture of the status of astronomy on the African continent and the development as well. And just to get a good understanding of what the ongoing activities are, what we have achieved, what are the needs of the community, and together action items that can help us address support and for various current and future initiatives. After the survey, I think that we will be compiling a report, and we'll use that towards trying to build a stronger network of African astronomers and to enable a broader inter-African collaborations, as well as find ways in which we can create joint projects and get people speaking to one another, and have improved visibility of the development of the field on the continent. So the survey is broken down into 5 sections. The first section looks at general information. The second looks at institutional information. The third looks at research in astronomy and astrophysics. The third looks at human capacity development. And the last one looks at instrumentation and infrastructure development. So I will post the link to the survey in the chat, and anyone can ask any questions. Thanks, Kevin.
Great stuff. Thanks, Charles. Any questions? I see Vanessa.
Charles, I just wanted to ask 2 things. Is the survey still open for people to participate? And the second question was, is it a survey that has to be completed as an individual level, so people in this talk can do it, or do we have to do it at like departmental or institutional level?
It can be done at individual level. So the form is still open for anyone to submit and fill it out. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks very much. Any other questions for Charles about the survey? Or any discussion? You heard the sort of objective of the survey, or anyone knows of other surveys, or you want to bring anything to our attention now? Now's a chance.
Yes, can I say something, Kevin?
Yes, Prosperi.
Yeah, I wanted to find out from Charles, once the survey is complete, how are the results expected to be disseminated?
We are looking at compiling a report, and then we would then share that report with the community. Most likely use that astronomy in Africa list that we normally share information through. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And we'll also put it up on the website and so on. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I see Carolina.
Yes, hi everyone. I was just wondering whether I could post the link to the survey on social media so that to encourage more people to fill it in.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks, Carolina.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other comments, questions on this topic before we move on?
I have a question.
Okay, Ross.
Yeah, I was wondering whether you could use perhaps the results you have already or other information you have to contact one person in each country in Africa and get them to sort of be a champion to get the people around them to fill in the survey. So I'm just wondering if AFAS maybe already has sort of a contact in each country that they use for these kind of things.
Yeah, so the science committee had started an initiative where we asked people in countries to nominate contact points. So we had a list of these contact points, and we sent out the survey to those contact points. Another thing that we did is that through the GA 2024 Africa Focus Committee, we also asked them to share the survey. It was shared on the Africa list. And recently, we also shared with the OAD regional contact points, so that with the regional offices, so that they can share it with their contact points. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
If I may ask, Kevin.
Yes, Bonaventure, go for it.
Yeah, Charles. I don't know. You know, sometimes you may get one or two people, more than one person from each country, being their name appearing and giving information. We're able to filter to ensure that each country is just one person without giving conflicting information. We're able to do that because I did not see the list of the site committees. I expected that such a list of what we share will confirm that these things are really people that can give the correct information.
So we will be looking at the details of the people that are sharing that information to, of course, try to vet if the information is as accurate as possible, and in some cases we'll even contact them to find out any further information if we need to.
All right, please, each information at the end of it, or please share it so that we can confirm to ensure that people don't give, especially for my own country, so people don't give false information about what we have on ground.
Okay, we'll do that. Thanks, Bonaventure.
Thank you.
All right. Just also, Kevin, maybe we could also just give this last point that there was also that recent survey of the African Union that was carried out by Space in Africa, and we've also been in contact with them, and we'll be looking to share information with them as well, so that we don't have information that is biased, but we cover the whole picture of astronomy on the continent.
Okay, cool. Thanks very much. I see David and then Thierry, and then we'll try and round this up.
Yeah, I was just wanting to follow up on the comments about making sure that we have accurate information from the surveys. I mean, the idea of the science committee was to be a broad-based survey of everyone who has an interest in the scientific endeavors of AFAS. And so Mijana Povic took on this responsibility for helping put together the survey, and we discussed it at length, and we felt that we just wanted to broadcast it to as wide a community as possible to get input. But we've also sort of been realizing, I guess, the fact that there are questions in there which are more appropriate for institutions rather than individuals. And so when we had some discussions with, for example, this, what was it, the Space Science Survey of the African Union that Charles just talked about, we were making the point there that it's really appropriate for many of those sort of questions to go to heads of institutions like directors or heads of department. So part of that exercise is still happening, I believe, where I don't know if Mijana wants to talk about the survey, but you know, we have responses already, but we're also trying to make sure that, for example, the individuals who can answer the high level questions like the number of students they've had in the last X number of years or whatever is best answered by people like that rather than just, you know, a researcher in a department or an observatory somewhere. Hopefully, if people did answer those questions, they'd all have a common answer, but often that's not the case. And so really, I think it requires some inputs from individuals like that.
Okay, thanks very much, David. Let's take Thierry and then Eli Sheikh, and then we'll close.
Yes, thanks. The question that I have is, since we want to make the survey available to everyone, and will it be only in English, or we could make it in different languages to allow people to fill it as well, and having better understanding of that?
Charles, do you want to?
David, okay, fine. I'll go on. So we hadn't discussed having it in the different languages as well, but then of course we can start having this conversation at the science committee, and we can get back to the community about it. I don't know, David, do you have anything that you want to say about this?
Yeah, I think we must avoid that, really. I mean, it's so difficult just dealing with a survey in one language and then putting on the onerous task to then translate it. I'm sorry, but English is the lingua franca of science these days. So I just feel that, you know, as a small society, that goes a bit beyond the scope of what we were envisaging. That's my opinion, but, you know, maybe Mijana might have more to say about it since she's been leading up the effort of that.
Maybe I can drop in a quick comment on that, Dave.
On that specific point, or because
this specific point.
Okay, very quickly, James.
Yeah, if the French community can, whoever can speak English, will assist people who should complete this form to complete it in English. It would be good to have their input. If you send us feedback in French, we may struggle within the committee to analyze the content and be able to come up with what is useful if we don't understand French. I don't think we have any French-speaking person in the committee. Thanks.
Okay, I think this is a topic that we do need to take up in terms of how we ensure that that the different languages are catered for, you know, and we're inclusive of everyone on the continent. Thanks very much. Let's go to the last point, Eli Sheikh.
Hi. Good morning.
Hi.
I have not a question. Just I'm very happy to be with you. Thank you for sharing our video of Mauritania Association of Astronomy. Thank you. I am glad to see you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Eli. Right. So if there's nothing else, let's move on to the next topic. Just a reminder to those that joined, the list of topics are on the web page now, where the program is. The next topic is on the amateur community in Africa, and this was proposed by Paul Ludick. Is Paul here? If Paul is not here, maybe Neeraj, do you want to talk about that? I know you also supported this one.
Sure. Yeah. So as you know, some time ago, last year, the Outreach Committee of AFAS had circulated a form to get details of what are the existing amateur astronomy associations across Africa. And I think so far we received around 75 members, sorry, 75 inputs in database with at least 75 amateur astronomy clubs in Africa. We are sure there are more, but we have details of these 75. And of course, the astronomy map, which we have been publicizing yesterday, has all of these 75 astronomy associations. And if you click on the markers, you get details about them as to know who they are, where they are, how do you contact them, email address, phone number, blah, etc. And the entire database as a PDF file is also on the AFAS website for downloading. Now we expect that this will be an updatable list, and every few months we'll update it to add more entries. We're still getting new entries every few months, which I'm very, very happy about. We also had a special session at AFAS 2021 on amateur astronomy, and that was attended by members from various amateur astronomy clubs across the continent, and it was really, really nice. We then, as a result, formed a WhatsApp group of all of the, which is open to everybody who's an amateur astronomer or amateur astronomer supporter in Africa. So that's basically where we are right now. We've been thinking of, in the WhatsApp group, there's some discussion of what we could do together, but that's yet to kind of come to fruition. But some of the things I think we should discuss is that there are some very, very well-established amateur astronomy groups in Africa, and there are some which are just starting out with barely a telescope, right? So the diversity of capabilities, finances, and and so on for amateur astronomy clubs in Africa is very, very large. So in some sense, the only way to go forward is for some kind of institutional mentorship program where larger established astronomy clubs kind of hold the hands of smaller ones and help them develop. We also need to find a way to encourage the formation of new astronomy associations in schools and colleges and so on. There is also the language issue. So in fact, our database form for registering was in English, French, Arabic, and Portuguese for this reason. And we got a lot of entries through the non-English ones, which we then translated to put on the database. But the questions which we need to discuss here are how can the professional astronomers or institutions support the growth of amateur astronomy clubs in the cities around them? How can the larger astronomy clubs hold the hand of younger ones? How do we promote, how do we make high schools across Africa interested in forming a science club or an astronomy club? And once they do, can we support them with basic kits or equipment or something, a starter kit, so that they can start with something before expanding to what they're interested in, right? So those are the kind of questions in my head. So yeah.
Okay, thanks very much, Neeraj. Any questions? Any question or comments? I'm having a bit of an issue. I can't see the hands come up. So if your hand is up, can you unmute?
Sorry, it looks like you called me right now. Sorry.
No, just if you'd like to. I have an issue. I can't see the raised hands at the moment, so you can just unmute, and if you have a comment or a question for Neeraj.
I don't think there are any raised hands, Kevin.
I'm sorry. No, I have not. I'm just off a little bit. Sorry. I'll be back some time.
No, it's fine, Jamal. No problem.
So comments, suggestions as to how to go about these things. How do we start this process? Your experience in your own region or country and so on. Those would be nice to hear and share with everybody.
Okay, I can make a few comments on this subject.
Yeah, go for it.
Firstly, trying to impose things on other people is always going to meet with some kind of reticence at the very least, right? And a pushback, possibly. So when it comes to starting a club, it's the people who are interested who have to drive it locally, right? And they can reach out for advice from pre-existing entities if they feel the urge. And I'm speaking now on behalf of the Astronomical Society of Southern Africa. We've been in existence for, next year it'll be 100 years. And we have centers around South Africa. We used to have farther abroad in the former Rhodesia until that collapsed. But there's still interest from surrounding territories. So we have members as individuals, right, from farther than just the borders of South Africa. Now, our organization has both professional and amateur astronomers, and we try to alternate our presidency between amateurs and professionals. I think this has borne fruit. So for a group that is starting out, I think they should maybe first contact a local university, maybe a physics department or something, see if they can find a professional that is prepared to advise, right? Because local conditions count for a lot. Then, as I said, if you try to gather other people into your organization, you will meet with some resistance, but people will freely want to join of their own accord. So there's a personal issue here for individuals as to whether they are the type of person who enjoys being part of a group or if they are loners. There are many, many loners out there who will be prepared to interact if you contact with them, but they won't have any particular inclination to join an organization and take on what they might perceive as burdensome duties. So the drive has to come from a core group of motivated individuals who will reach out for assistance when needed and promote their aims and ambitions.
Yeah.
Cool, thanks very much. Any other questions or comments before we move on?
Yes, I think I raised my hands. If you saw it.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Bonaventure. By the way, my issue is resolved, so I can see the raised hands again. We can go back to raising hands. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to say something about the amateur astronomy thing. I know we have a problem here in Africa. It's a peculiar problem, and it's very difficult to get people keen to even getting people keen to the professional body is a bit difficult, talk less of amateur. And it requires a lot from us, the professionals, especially members of the affairs from different countries. So reach out to people that they know, they have that interest. I just want to take, because in my own country here in Nigeria, we have some, even politicians, some of them have personal optical telescopes, enjoying astronomy, but to get them together to form a group, it's been very difficult. But recently I've been talking to some of them who have getting interest to float an amateur astronomy club, which is a peculiar problem in Africa here, but we got to keep on trying. We should not be discouraged by that. Keep on reaching out. In the universities, you mostly see students, some of them when they graduate, they lose interest. So something that becomes a bit difficult. So we from different countries will find a way, kind of an incentive, a way to make them get interested and get them started. It's going to be a bit hard, but I think we can do it. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much, Bonaventure. Okay, if there's no other comments, I don't see any other hands. You can keep the chat going. Remember that you can also take these chats into the Slack space as well if you prefer.
Vanessa raised her hand, right? And then she lowered it.
Oh no, I asked her to test. Sorry, I said.
So Kevin, I can also mention that there are many astronomy-related groups on social media, WhatsApp, Facebook predominantly, and the youth are attracted to those, right? And I think that having a presence for your organization on Facebook is quite important in that respect, right?
Yep. No, absolutely. And I think, when we talk about 2024, I think the question, is what role can the amateur astronomy community also play during this big event all across Africa? Great stuff. Okay, we're ready to move to the next topic then. The next topic proposed is dealing with schools. So there were two proposals that were related on astronomy education in Africa from Ruth Taju and Zakaria Belhaj. Ruth and Zakaria, maybe Ruth can go first. Is Ruth here? Okay, I don't see Ruth here, so maybe we can ask Zakaria on astronomy education in Africa. Oh, okay. I don't think she's here either. Okay, that's fine. Unless someone else who was very interested in this topic wants to say something, we can move on. So anyone who voted for this who wants to say something on the topic of astronomy education and school children?
Sorry, Kevin.
Yes,
Sally. It's Sally speaking.
Yes.
Hi.
Just Sally, yes, you're part of the...
yes, hi. Hi, Kevin. I just want to mention that I'll be discussing a bit on education in South Africa tomorrow during the 15-minute discussion. So if these two speakers want to discuss also during that time as well, I invite them to as well.
No, that's great. Sally, so the session that Sally is talking about is in the parallel sessions tomorrow. There's an outreach parallel session where there'll be a topic on astronomy education. Thanks very much, Sally. I see Nur Ali's hand.
Hello. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Jiwaji. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Okay, so my issue is, I put up a topic there regarding assistance or support in like capacity building for higher level, like masters and PhD degrees. So there we have a problem that even if we have, there are people perhaps who want to do, because we have physics degree programs where there will be a 6-month or 1-year dissertation research. So we need to have people who are volunteering to supervise in collaboration with a local supervisor. Where I'm bringing this up as because I didn't see too many comments in my box, but here it's the part of education. So I think it would be useful to have a database of some experts who are volunteering. That is the key word there, who really want from their heart to really assist people and go out of their way in their own. We have a lot of challenges here, so they should be ready to understand them.
Yes, sorry. Thanks, Jiwaji. I think we'll pick up this topic again under astronomy at university. For undergraduates, so we will pick up this topic. This is specifically around schools, so learners at school level. So
I want to say about the schools and children. Can I say something?
Yeah, you can say something now.
Yeah, because I'm interested in that topic. And first, in terms of benefit to school children, I know there is this International Astronomy Olympiad. I feel that in Africa, we could also have African Astronomical Olympiad for our students. In that way, we could expose them to a lot of things, topics in astronomy, and probably pick them young, and they may get interested in astronomy. If we could start African Astronomy Olympiad before 2024, maybe you can have one edition or two before then. The 2024 can even be a day to have one, that be a final Olympiad. That could also help our children to come out to be interested in astronomy, and let's see what they can do. That's for the children. Now, for astronomy education, I know that the truth is that we don't have enough astronomy lecturer professionals that can teach, at least have enough time for our students to teach them astronomy. Not many universities are offering astronomy programs. Often the ones that are doing astronomy are doing it either outside their country or somewhere else. And the only way we could encourage is through some of these other summer school programs like ECR or DARA.
Sorry to cut you off, Bonaventure, but let's leave the university level conversations for the other item on there.
Okay.
I see that Ruth has joined. Ruth,
Yes.
This is the topic that you proposed. Do you wanna just speak to the topic a little bit before we continue taking hands?
Yes, I was just, when I suggested this, I had noticed that no one has, till now when we were on the program and on the vision document, I have not seen anything that that will help African school children. After all, just like everything has successes, our society, our astronomical society also needs successes, which will continue the legacy in growing astronomy in Africa to a better level. And there are not many opportunities around Africa school children usually get. And I was just thinking maybe we should include African children, school children, into the plan for the General Assembly in 2024. That was what I was suggesting.
Cool, great stuff.
Thank you.
So something that I should have said, because the problem is that I know I know many of the people here, but I should have said that when you start talking, maybe just introduce yourself. You know who you are, where you're from. So maybe Ruth, you can just
Okay, I am Ruth Taju, and I'm from Ethiopia. But now at this point of time, I'm living in India. I'm just 13 years old. And I'm also like a child who is interested in astronomy. So when I got the opportunity, I obviously used it. And I just as I was saying, I want other children who have such potential to also get such opportunities. So that's what I have got for the people.
Great stuff, thanks. I think you set the record. You're probably the youngest participant I've seen here so far. Thanks very much, Ruth. Right, comments on Ruth's points, Neeraj?
Yeah, just a quick comment on what Bonaventure had talked about, which is the Olympiad. I think it's pretty important, and we had a small talk about it from the Secretary of the International Olympiad Association at the AFASH 2021. And we've been, at the Outreach Committee, we've been thinking about having a 1 hour or 1.5 hour session at some point with everybody, Zoom and live YouTube, where we invite the Olympiad people as well as, and have small comments made by people who are trying to do Olympiads in Africa. And the Olympiad Association is very, very interested in promoting more countries in Africa to participate in the Olympiad. So we're hoping to organize some event about it sometime before the end of the year.
Okay. Great, thanks very much, Neeraj. Okay, then I don't see any other hands, so let's...
Sorry, Kevin. Sorry, can I just make one more comment here? Yes, this is Sally again. Yes, thank you so much, Ruth, for those comments. It would be great if you could attend the discussion tomorrow. We'd love to have your input in that discussion on astronomy education in the parallel sessions.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you. That would be wonderful.
Cool, great stuff. Okay, let's move on then to the next topic. So the next topic is on data archiving from telescopes on the continent. And I believe David Buckley and Nkani are probably going to talk to this one.
Yes, I'm here. I mean, I think that the general idea here, let me introduce it, not that I know anything about data archiving, but I think, as we get more and more of these facilities on the continents, it's really valuable to keep existing data in archives, because as we've seen, there's a lot of science that can be done even once the original purpose that the data was taken for has been published. And we've seen that with things like the Hubble Archive and many, many other facilities. So I know that the SALT archive has recently come online. And I also know that Christian Hetlacher, who would be very interested in discussing this topic, is unfortunately not here today because of a clash with the ADAS meeting, which is very much about dealing with data and archiving. So, so the idea is just, I think it's, at the moment, we only have the archive in South Africa for SALT data, but I'm sure there's opportunities to broaden this to other telescopes as well. So I don't know if Inkani is here, it would be great to hear from you. Or David, of course, or everyone else.
Right. Any comments, questions on data archiving?
I might just pick up on Vanessa.
Yeah, go for it, David.
I mean, I guess there's archiving and there's access, right? So the two are slightly different, but for the latter, of course, there is ELIFU, an idea which is been set up to allow South African groups more ready access to MeerKAT data. And there have been discussions about how that could be leveraged to expand that activity into the rest of Africa. I don't know if there's anyone from IDEA who might speak to that. I know Russ is also in the ADAS meeting, as many other people are, but I just wanted to mention that there is that aspect as well, which is, I guess it is an archive in the sense the data goes in there and gets stored, but it's sort of, I guess, also a more working repository of data where I think users not only just get the raw data or reduced data, but they can actually run, programs, run code on it. And that, of course, is a much bigger thing and would be hugely beneficial if there could be something like that extended throughout Africa. And I don't know if James is here, but he may have some comments on that, because it has sort of been discussed within the science committee of AFAS as well.
Okay, I see the next hand we had is actually Carolina. So there's someone from IDEA there. Do you want to go for it, Carolina?
Yes, thank you. No, I just wanted
I should stick to my point. If you can just quickly say your name and your institution.
Oh, yes.
Or your
Sure.
country. Yeah.
Yeah, so my name is Carolina Odman, and I'm from IDEA, and I'm based at the University of the Western Cape in Cape Town. So I just wanted to comment a little bit on what David just said. IDEA and ELIFU is not an archive. It's a data processing facility. We do not store data in the long term, just to clarify that. So it's not an archive, but SAREO has an archive with the MeerKAT data. And to echo what David said about access and archiving, I think, the SAREO archive is very much for specialists who know what they're looking for. And it's not easy for anyone, an amateur astronomer or whatever, to come and choose some data and process it. So it's very much a specialist archive. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Thanks very much, Karina. The next hand is Inkani.
Hi everyone. My name is Encarni Romero Colmenero, and I work with SALT on SALT astronomy operations. I just wanted to mention, just follow up on what Vanessa was saying. So we do have a recently launched, I think last year, the SALT data archive. And part of the plan was also to include the rest of the observatory, incorporate all of the data from all the other telescopes at the observatory, which is now kind of expanded because of the Intelligent Observatory project that Petri mentioned yesterday. So I believe the format is going to be slightly different, but there is a plan definitely to archive and then also have a front web end to access the data for all of the telescopes. And I think it is really important that we also extend, seeing as we've done this and we're involved, Christian, who did it for SALT, is also involved in the SAO Intelligent Observatory Archive. And we would like to also extend our help and our expertise also to the rest of Africa. If you have telescopes and data that you want to archive and also create a front end for, we can help with our expertise and with our lessons learned and what to do, what not to do, and all the various standards that need to be thought of before you launch yourself and just blindly think this is an easy project. Thanks.
Can I suggest, Encarni, that you put maybe a contact detail either in the, maybe in the Slack somewhere, and then someone can just capture that as well for the document. Sure. In terms of who people can contact and so on. Okay, there's 3 more hands. First Khadija, then Patricia, then and then Moses.
Okay, my question is, okay. First, I'm Khadija from Cero. So my question is very short regarding the data archiving. So Vanessa just mentioned SALT data now are archived. So my question, are the SALT data accessible via VO, Virtual Observatory?
Maybe we can take that. Someone wants to answer that quickly before we go to the next hand.
I'm not entirely sure. I know it was planned to definitely be accessible, but I think the VO standards we had a little bit of a conflict with the VO standards. I'm not 100% sure whether we are right now or not, but it's certainly in the cards if it isn't.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Thanks very much. Let's go to Patricia.
Patricia Whitelock from SAO and UCT. Along the same lines as Khadija, I mean, my understanding was that the SALT archives were going to be VO accessible. And this is so important that the data are actually fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And it's better if you start off with that in mind than try and develop it after you've produced the database. And there are lots of people who are willing to help with this. But Encarni mentioned some. The CDS, the Strasbourg Data Center in France, are among the world's experts, and they're very, very willing to help. And the International Virtual Observatory Alliance is an organization that has a number of key people who will help develop those and help you use the relevant standards for your kind of data. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. I see that Moses put his hand down.
Hi, Kevin, it's back up again. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. You were next, Moses, and then Benhida.
I'm Moses Mahotsi from SAO and SALT. And my point was just a minor one to mention that when we have these archives going, a big important aspect of it is also publicizing them and also making people in all sorts of different parts of the continent aware that there is this data available for them to be able to use, because there's no point in having these archives if we're not making sure that they're utilized by the community. So if people also have ways for us to improve visibility and for reaching sort of less accessible people with less access, I think it's also important for people to help out and provide this input as well to help make things even more accessible for us.
Okay, great. Let's go to Benhida.
Yes, thank you, Kevin. I'm Abdelmajid Binida from Morocco at University Qadiyad Observatory of Camden. Thank you. So let me just tell you that in Africa we have chance to lead mini campaign with small telescope, and we get a lot of data. So if we can organize about to create center data by thematic, like photometry or spectroscopy, and we can collaborate each one that I think that will be great to have some collaboration for that. and to resense how many people can be in each center of data. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Benita. Would anyone like to respond, Vanessa or David or Encarni, to any of these points?
I don't think I have enough expertise to respond. I mean, I think, yeah, because I mean, I think as long as we stick to those principles, Abdelmajid, of the, you know, making these things accessible, whether we build the archives together in a collaborative way or whether we just make sure that, you know, we have them individually, but that the data are interoperable between these different archives and front ends. I don't know which is the best way to do it, but I think there's probably people with a lot more expertise than I have in that. So.
If there's no other comments or questions, I don't see. Is your hand still up, Benita?
No, thank you.
Okay, cool. Right. So, look, this sounds like a very important topic, especially if we talk about accessibility to astronomical data across the continent. So thank you very much, everyone, for that discussion. Let's move on now to a different type of archive. This is now about recording, preserving, and sharing astronomy heritage data, perhaps via a digital repository. This was proposed by Auke. Is Auke here? And we merged it a bit with something that Sumaya had suggested, which relates to the heritage data. So Auke, if you can say something first, and then Sumaya, if you want to add anything to this topic.
Thanks, Kevin. Hi, everyone. My name is Auke. I'm with the Centre for Astronomical Heritage, a non-profit here in Cape Town. Now, Kevin, you put me a little bit on the spot because I just asked it as a question. Is this something which is, you know, does it fall into the ambit of this meeting? If so, I've got lots of ideas, but
yeah, maybe you can throw it out there and you know, just maybe just map out for everyone the context and what the challenge is in terms of.
Okay. So for me, the context is a little bit of a long story. It's always been curious to me that astronomers love archiving data, you know, because old observations, there can be new techniques, and we know we haven't invented time machines yet. However, the astronomical history part and its cousin heritage seems kind of sort of being neglected, which I think is sad. I don't think that research astronomers should be doing this kind of heritage work because they must get on with the important task of doing astrophysics. But it also doesn't mean that they're totally off the hook, you know, that they've got to interpret and contribute something. Because from where we sit, history is something which is happening right now, but it belongs to the future. And until we make that time machine, you know, we've got to look after what we've got. So I thought that if we have a forum where the African astronomers are in contact with each other, then why not encourage the working astronomers to be aware of something like heritage, because after all, you're looking after the future. It's for your kids and your kids' kids. And I would imagine one could get local experts in each region. They collect hysterocentric data, whether it's documents or images or interviews. They follow sort of standardized techniques, and they contribute to an African digital archive. That was just sort of a question.
So. Okay, let's throw it out there. First, let's give Sumaya a chance. Do you want to add anything to this, Sumaya? I'm not sure if she's still here. Okay, let's throw it open then.
Kevin, you're muted.
It's okay. I'm going to take over whilst Kevin sorts his Zoom out. I think it was.
Okay.
So I think Carolina, did you have something to say? Go ahead then.
Yeah, sorry, I raised my hand. I think the idea of keeping, and keeping older astronomy and indigenous astronomy alive is very important. But I also think it raises a number of questions that astronomers are not well equipped to answer, such as who owns those stories, who can be, who is in a position to be a steward of that knowledge. And I think communities all around the world are getting more and more acutely aware of efforts to try to, if people try to benefit from indigenous knowledge and things like that, there's a lot of sensitivities around that. And I think this is something that we as astronomers are probably not in a really good position to discuss and make decisions on, and rather we should engage with the communities in questions and make sure that the communities are willing to save those traditions and that knowledge for the future in a way that that we astronomers think of archiving for the future.
Thanks, Carolina. Yeah, I think very important to make sure that we have also experts in archiving to manage this. Anyone else wanted to give a comment on that? I think it's definitely something that we can set milestones for as part of the vision of the GA, but just to bear in mind those points that Carolina raised in addition to ALCIS. I see there's a comment on the chat. So Hilda has said she just wants to draw attention to the UNESCO IAU portal on the heritage of astronomy and has put a URL there. Okay, Mohammed, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, my name is Mohammed Darwish. I'm a researcher from Egypt, National Research Institute of Astronomy and Geophysics. So I totally agree with Carolina. This is very important issue. So the science in general is complementary. So if you know the history, you can build on it and go for the future. So my suggestion here is like building or writing such a textbook including the heritage of the astronomy in Africa, and maybe most of the people or any people from different country can contribute with his history. So it's my idea about this, or it's my comment about this this point. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mohammed. Great idea. Okay, if there's no more questions, let me hand back over to Kevin.
Thanks very much, Vanessa. Sorry, every now and then, if you suddenly see me freeze or something, it's because my Zoom is acting up. Thanks very much for that discussion. I think that in terms of the vision document, one of the aspects there is about not specifically about cultural heritage, but also about indigenous knowledge. So I think this is something. Please do add your thoughts to that section in the vision document as well. The next topic. So with that, we're going to move on. The next topic. I'm not sure if this person is here. Angie Cynthia Umuhire. So I propose that we skip that one. It's possible for any African countries to join large projects such as SKA. Okay, so let's let's move on. We'll see if we can pick up. Sorry, Moses, did you want to say something on this stuff?
I did want to make sort of something adjacent to that, in that a lot of our, at least the big facilities here in South Africa, they're people from us from all around the continent can propose for time on these big instruments, such as I know for Meerkat, anyone could. For SALT, we do have time available for people as well. So people should also remember that, and maybe it should be publicized more as well. But those opportunities are available to use these world-class facilities for anyone here.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So it's something for everyone to note, and definitely something to publicize, especially leading up to 2024 as the community rallies. So let's hear from Nurali and Patricia.
Hello.
Yeah,
Kevin.
Yes, go for it.
So you know, I'm thinking in terms of, you know, SK is one radio astronomy project, but it can connect with other, because we are thinking of our Kilimanjaro project, which is now under process still. And I think it would be useful if it could be a part of a wider group also, because we are talking about African Railway Network. So if we have a radio telescope, I think we should be able to join, I mean, the resources from the SK also.
Okay, thanks very much, Nurali. Patricia?
Just to add to what Moses said a moment ago, it is possible to also use many of the other facilities in Australia, in Europe, and in the United States, including the Hubble Space Telescope, from anywhere in the world. But you obviously need to know what you're doing, and that's why it's very important that astronomers working in Africa have very good links to the rest of the world, so that they appreciate what the requirements are to make an telescope time application, for example, at the European Southern Observatory. But there is no reason why you should not do it if this is what you want. To do it for a start, it's best to do it in collaboration with somebody who's already done it. But it's not a closed shop.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe on that point, would there be use or interest in some sort of guidelines, or some sort of a forum for people who want to bring their countries into large projects, and then they can get advice? So some sort of forum where those with experience can give others advice.
That's probably a very good idea, Kevin. I hadn't thought of that. But also many of these organizations will almost certainly be prepared to provide some training themselves, possibly associated with the GA. I mean, there's huge potential for organizing schools connected with international telescopes, and not just telescopes, but data access, so that people get the practical experience of handling the data through the virtual observatory before they apply for their own data, and so that they become fully aware what data are already available. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks very much. David?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention that there is a European Union program which involves transnational access to telescope facilities, which is open to anyone. And in fact, there was an announcement of opportunity to apply for telescope time through this program earlier this year, and it was distributed by the AFAS Science Committee to the contact points within Africa. So this is a direct method where people would be supported in having access to the facilities that have signed up with this program, of which there's very many, including SALT, including telescopes in Australia and the Canary Islands and all over the place. So that's a definite potential. Of course, going from that potential to getting the time involves writing a good science proposal, and that's where I think mentoring and assistance from people who maybe have more experience in that can help our colleagues obtain such telescope time. These announcements, I think, happen on a semester basis. So, you know, every 6 months that announcement comes along.
Okay, thanks very much. It sounds like we really have a solid action to put in that vision document. Thanks very much, David. Vanessa Moss.
Hey, I was just going to weigh in on the telescope access side of things. So I coordinate the training of the duty astronomers who support the compact array. This is an Australian radio telescope. Typically, it's had quite, I would say, not progressive policies in terms of how we train people and how they support it. In like, so, you know, people had to come physically to Sydney, to Marsfield to get trained. And they had to, observers for the first time had to travel to Sydney. The pandemic actually gave us a good chance to revisit these policies and think about how, you know, we adapt them for the future. I mean, CSIRO itself, which is the institute that runs the telescopes, is split between Sydney and Perth. So again, you know, you already have that divide, but once you say, okay, Sydney is no longer the nexus of this, then suddenly the world is not a limit, right? Because if you're going to accommodate Perth and you're going to go location agnostic in Australia, then you can do it more broadly. So I think it's still kind of evolving, and, you know, I think flexibility will be the key. But if there are people interested, you know, I've been running online trainings for observers and DAs, so kind of a specific subset of people who already have access to the telescope, but it's not so different to envision expanding this to something else. You know, you could run meet the compact array online training sort of thing in the same model. So anyway, I just thought I'd mention, you know, at least for the compact array side, there's potential there, and I'm sure this extends to many other telescopes who have also had to deal with, you know, suddenly being remote, but probably should have been remote for a while before that.
Right. No, that's great stuff. Thanks very much, Vanessa. So I think the take-home message to all the astronomers across Africa is that there are possibilities available for you to access these big telescopes. Okay, so let's then shift gear and move on to the topic mentioned earlier about astronomy at universities. Can I ask Michelle Garibaldi, do you want to introduce this topic? And then we'll take it from there.
Yes, thank you very much, Kevin and Vanessa, for giving me the opportunity to discuss this point. I am Michelle Garibaldi from the Institute of Astrophysics of Paris, or the IAP. And I've been introduced with Jean-Pierre de Brève, a project in Africa named Astrolab in the framework on the OED. The name of the project is Astrolab. I will describe it shortly, as it is in my present suggestion. Astronomy is used here not to educate students to become researchers in astronomy, but to show to the students how astronomy is crossing the borders between what is taught at their university in sciences, but also ranging from analyzing the data, whatever are these data, because they will have to use these skills very, very often in their professional life later. And also it's crossing the border among all the STEM topics, well, due to the name astrophysics. It's really a challenge because first it has, or it can be relied only upon the African astronomers teaching at some university. And also it's based on remote telescope or local telescope access because hands-on activity is a clue of such suggestion. And also it has to be included in the curriculum at the university. And this is a very important point, which can be difficult because astronomy for undergraduates has to be introduced in the curriculum. And so, well, we have to convince the university chancellor. So how to convince the university to introduce astronomy for what benefit of the student. I will end by coming back on the problem of language. As David told us previously, of course, for researcher and faculty member, the English is a language, frankly. That English everybody has to speak and to deal with as a lingua franca. But for undergraduate students, it may be difficult. I noticed from my experience that undergraduate students coming from healthy family do speak English very well, which is not the case by far from other students, and also from students coming from the West African countries. So at this level, English has to be used, of course, because in their professional lives, they will have to read in English anyway, but with care and with some adaptation. Okay, so thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle, raising these important points. Let's have some reactions, comments, questions, or at least maybe some suggestions for how we can resolve this sort of astronomy at university level, how to get it into the curriculum. Let's hear from James first.
Thank you very much. I think integrating astronomy.
Sorry, James, I can't remember if you introduced yourself last time, but just a message to everyone: if you haven't introduced yourself, just start off by introducing yourself and then go for it.
Okay, so my name is James Chibweze. I'm an associate professor at Northwest University in Potchefstroom, South Africa. So I think astronomy at university undergraduate level is something we need to push for, and I'm happy to see the topic raised by Michelle, especially making it hands-on. Being in South Africa, I know University of Cape Town is doing excellent job in introducing students to hands-on optical astronomy, and they recently acquired a 3-meter dish and getting a second one for an introduction to radio astronomy. We've replicated the same here, where we introduce students to astronomy at undergrad level and honors level, and they take observational techniques, which covers optical, radio, and high energy astrophysics observational techniques, which for the high energy parts, they use the HESS telescope. For the optical side, we've got 2 optical telescopes at Northwest University, which the students can play with. And the radio side, Hartrau 26-meter radio telescope is close to us, so we visit the site, we collect data, and then learn how to process it. I think what is really important is to see how these existing facilities or these opportunities that exist for some students in some university can be scaled to the rest of Africa. For example, can we have students in other universities in South Africa come down to Potchefstroom to use radio interferometer to learn both single dish radio astronomy and radio interferometry, which is useful for the MIACAT in the future and for SKA in the future? Can they also go to Cape Town for hands-on experience? How do we integrate this and make it useful for everyone? Of course, not every university will be able to afford even the cheapest of telescopes to have undergraduate experience. But if we have one, we can find a way to share it. I would just mention it's something to come in the future that I do intend to make the instruments we are setting up, the interferometer we're setting up, to be something you can use online. It's not the same as being in person, touching the telescopes, breaking it, and then we fix it. But people will be able to use it online in the long run. Thanks.
Thanks very much, James, and we look forward to that telescope. The next hand that was up was Brett.
Yeah, hi. I feel like I should just weigh in a bit. So my name is Brett. I'm sorry, I'm a bit sick, so my voice is a bit not normal sounding, but yeah, I'm Brett from UCT. I'm a technical officer there, and I take care of the telescopes. So we have, as James mentioned, we have 2 optical telescopes for the students to use, and then we use them in the undergraduate courses right now. So one dedicated to photometry and the other to spectroscopy. we have a radio telescope, a 3-meter dish that was installed in 2019, which we've now been using with the undergraduate courses as well. And then we have a second radio telescope that should be installed this year to use as an interferometer with the graduate students. But one of the goals of these telescopes as well is to open them up for remote use. And I've spoken with Melvin a bit from Dara, and with the radio telescope in particular, to open it up to remote use to not only other universities in South Africa, but across the African continent, to come up with kind of different types of undergraduate practicals that can be done completely remotely. And that would be the goal for the optical telescope as well, moving forward in the future. But anyway, I just wanted to share that about UCT.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. I'm gonna give the floor first to those that haven't had a chance to say anything yet, and then I'll come to those that have already said something before. So let's go to Adayeze. I'll come back to you, Bonaventure.
Hi everyone. My name is Adayeze Ibik. I'm a PhD student at University of Toronto. So I will be speaking from a student standpoint concerning this. So I know that we've been talking a lot about how to collaborate and make everyone be able to have access to the facilities. So I think one of the challenge as a student that we have faced, I'm also going to speak on behalf of other students that I know have discussed something like this with me. Most of the facilities seem to be in South Africa, and I know there are policies in place that don't even allow students who are not member countries of some of those facilities to, use them. Maybe this forum is changing things from what people are discussing, like data archiving and stuff like that, probably. But I think the second issue here is having the personnel that would guide the students to really make this work. So because the students won't just start using the data, they need maybe the lecturers, the supervisors, or whoever is in charge to be willing to make the commitments needed. So I know last year during one of the conferences in Nigeria, there were some kind of discussions like this. And I think the bottleneck of that ended up being that I'm not sure we have a lot of professors who are willing to dedicate their time to really do this. So I'm not sure what the problem is. Maybe financial reasons, internet and all of that, because again, for you to do this, you need to have power, you need to have internet. These are the real issues that we are facing in Africa. Maybe not in South Africa, but in most other parts of Africa. And I don't know if we could discuss this, but I think that we can end up saying all of these things and nothing would happen afterwards if we don't address the real issues. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you very much. That's a good point. I hope that some of the relevant people are going to respond to that. Let's go next to Sheikh Bob, and then to Bonaventure and Melvin.
Hello everyone. My name is Sheikh. I am a postdoctoral researcher in Institut de Physique de Rennes in France, but I am Senegalese.
Sorry. Can you just try maybe getting closer to the mic or something?
Oh, right. Is it
There
good right now?
Perfect.
Yeah. So I was saying, my name is Sheikh. I am a postdoctoral researcher in Institut de Physique de Rennes, but I am Senegalese. And the point I want to raise here is, like, we don't have always the chance to bring ideas in our home institute, for example. We did not have the chance, for example, to work in astronomy because there was no astronomy department, something like that. But you grow up and you have some relationship, connect with some astronomers, go abroad, gain some knowledge, and you want to go back and bring things and put things, but you don't have always the chance to do that. Because as you said yesterday, astronomy will grow up will emerge from physics department. That's right, and I totally agree. But if you don't have the chance to guide projects, to lead something, to deal with students, because you see students around asking information about astronomy and astrophysics, but they have no idea where to go. For example, facilities and opportunities are shared, but when you want to apply for a grant, some of the criteria say that you need to have like academic position, but there are a lot of postdoctoral people willing to go back, but they don't have the chance to get academic position. And this is something that they don't have the grant. And if you don't have the grant, you cannot lead a research project. And this is a problem for students, because usually they have to do with the people who have already the positions and focus only on teaching or physics, but not really interested in astronomy. So the other thing are the ambassadors of AFAS and organizations like that. They do not spread the message or the facilities to the right people or at the right time. For example, you have a grant project or another facility or opportunity which is just sent to you a week by the deadline, before the deadline, or 2 weeks before the deadline. You don't have enough time to go through it, read, correctly, and apply or provide the documents needed. I think AFAS and organizations like that need to ask for feedback, for ambassadors, like to make sure the work is done correctly, they are targeting the right people, they are spreading the messages and the opportunities to whoever is interested in. Yeah, right. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Sheikh. I think these are great points, and I think these are the kind of points that we need to capture in that vision document as a specific action. You know, this is something that we must ask the organizations like FS and others to make those opportunities available. You know, maybe we want it in the form of a website that consolidates these opportunities, something like that. But please do have a look at that vision document and see if you can add those actions in there. Thanks very much. I'm going to go to Bonaventure and then to Melvin, and then we'll try and round up this.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm Bonaventure, the regional coordinator, West African Office of Astronomy for Development, Warroad. I think Sheikh captured a very good vital point here. I know Michelle has in mind the fact that a good number of people are no longer taking interest in astronomy undergraduates. The question is, how are we going to help that? How are we going to make sure undergraduates pick interest in astronomy good enough? South Africa, the facilities are there for research, for postgraduate, those who are already professionals. But for undergraduates, how do we help them come out for the future? Now, Sheikh said it, a lot of African students or astronomers who schooled abroad hardly come back home. There's no faculty job for them, because many universities in Africa are not offering astronomy programs. And then if you come back to Africa too, many students are not interested in teaching. Some even at the beginning of their postgraduate program, they want the professional course, in fact, they won't end up teaching. It becomes difficult for some universities to have faculties, departments that can teach astronomy and astrophysics, and then they will not have students. Even those who pick interest at the undergraduate level don't have things that can encourage them, like having enough time for their professors, because very few of the professors are granted in the teaching of astronomy at the postgraduate undergraduate level. Many of them suffer, and when they come out, they don't know what to do. Now, if you come, for instance, in West Africa, how many universities in West Africa are offering physics and astronomy programs? Very few. Now, how do we get people that will teach the future? Now, those who have studied already staying abroad. Now, our concern at the African level, at our first level, will be what incentive are we going to give, or how do we encourage our universities to have departments for astronomy? If you look at astronomy population in Africa, 90 or 80% of them schooled outside their countries. And out of those that school outside their country are not back home in their country, because when they come back, there's no place for them to teach astronomy. So what do we do in Africa to ensure that many universities in Africa have astronomy programs running? So when these people have gone out, come back home, they will have jobs, they can teach the younger ones. This has been my concern, and has been a very difficult one to move on in Africa. It's a very, very big problem, very big issue. So whatever we can do from this program, through affairs, through national societies, to see how we can make as many universities as possible in Africa to pick up interest in the teaching and line of astronomy and astrophysics. I think then we can talk about the future. The future will not be assured. This is just a point I want to make.
No, thanks very much, Bonaventure. Very important point. Let's hear from Melvin, and then we try and round up.
Yeah, those are all really good, important points. I mean, at the beginning of the DARA program, when we were, funding PhDs in the UK, that was my biggest worry, that we would actually add to the brain drain rather than reverse it. But I'm glad to say that everybody who's completed their PhD in the UK so far with the DARA program has returned back to a job in Africa, in universities or institutions. And so that is starting to help expand the astrophysics provision in Africa. Also, from my experience, certainly in Ghana, then going around, I toured around 5 or 6 universities, talking to the heads of physics and higher up in the universities. All were very keen to start astrophysics degree programs in their universities. So I think there is some willingness there. You do need to, talk directly to the university hierarchies, because it's those people who are going to be making the decisions about who to hire next in a vacancy in the physics department. But as Sheikh and other people mentioned, then you need a reason to go home. You need a reason to come back, and you do need some kind of research facilities, or at least teaching facilities on the ground. So I think at the top level, then having these fantastic facilities like SALT and Meerkat on the continent is one reason, but also having smaller facilities at the university to help teaching the astronomy. So the kind of initiatives that Carla is pushing, and we heard from James as well, to put these small teaching radio interferometers into various African partner countries, I think will help a lot. It will give the students some hands-on experience with a reasonable setup. We've been doing a little bit of that with supplying optical telescopes, CCDs, laptop software, as well as small tabletop radio telescopes to universities as well that can be used for undergraduate experiments. So, I think bit by bit we can change. Mm-hmm.
No, great. Melvin, I wonder if you can just address the question that was asked earlier about non-SK partner countries getting involved.
Yeah, obviously, to date, then our focus has been on the SK partner countries because it's the easier case to make, and the promise of AVN coming was the basis for that. But actually, within the kind of wider DARA thing, we've already been including many other countries actually in our efforts and our workshops. So we've had people from Algeria and Egypt and some of the Francophone countries in West Africa coming along as well. So we're certainly open to providing radio astronomy training in future if we can get more funding and broadening out that to other countries. I think, yeah, I mean, I think that's what we need to do. Mm-hmm.
No, thanks very much, Melvin.
I think there's a difference between formally joining the SK, right? I mean, that is difficult, I would say. But joining in with this great movement of radio astronomy on the African continent should be open to everyone.
Okay, great. Okay, let's try and round up this conversation. Michelle, you started off this topic. Do you want to have the last word before we move on? We need to sort of try and fit in a few more topics before the break.
The main problem really is how to convince to introduce for undergraduate students a bit of astronomy. That's the first point. The second point is tutoring the tutors is very much important, but this rather easy to be done, And well, it can be started by convincing our colleagues, or your colleagues in African universities to introduce a bit of astronomy, maybe with small hours in the teaching courses of physics or, well, computer or something like this, you know, going through Python, why not? Which can be a good way to introduce a bit of astronomy, going that way with the computer classes at some university. But of course, to convince, in order to be able to convince the university chancellor to introduce in the curriculum a bit of astronomy, the astronomers teaching in other domain at the university must also themselves be convinced that it will be very much useful to derive mainly hands-on activity using telescope and data taken really by the students in some remote or even local telescopes. That's the main point, how to do it.
We start with
Yep. Okay. Thanks very much. And thanks for, so thanks all for all the comments. I think that's a very big topic. So that took up a bit longer than the other ones, but I think keep on adding adding to the document or add to the Slack. I think there's a lot of actions that we need to take on this. Let's try and move on. I want to try and get through the rest of the topics before the break. Let's go to Jamal. The next topic proposed. Why should every physicist and chemist and even citizens be astronomy literate? Jamal? I think you muted there, Jamal. So we still can't hear you, Jamal. There we. No. Is it just me? We can't hear you. Sorry, there's something wrong with your sound, Jamal. We can't hear you.
What about now?
There we go. There we go. Okay, over to you.
What about now?
Yes,
no?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fine, good. Thank you. I'm going to try to build a case why astronomy is important and it has not given full consideration. And if I may share my screen, and I'm going to indeed address to the point of how to build a case for astronomy for the, first of all, as a basic science, which is not yet recognized as such. It is more like physics, chemistry, and so on, and also as a science important for the citizens. So I'll take 5 minutes and then I'll go back to all people.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you can keep it tight. Thanks, Jamal.
That's right. Whoop.
I'm not sure if you introduced yourself to everyone before, Jamal, but I think everyone saw you in the opening as the president of the African Astronomical Society.
I'll do. Yes, so I am Jamal Mimouni. I'm from the northern tip of Africa, from Algeria. I'm at the Department of Physics at the University of Constantine. I'm also the president of EFAS. So, again, as I said, we might not have built a strong case for the importance of astronomy and astrophysics beyond, of course, our community. And I wish that we try, when we talk to the public, have these clear views on why astronomy is important at the fundamental level with our colleagues, physicists, chemists who often do not know much about astronomy, and were often stunned of that level of ignorance. The amateur astronomers often know more than advanced physicists. They might not even know the difference between a galaxy and a nebula, or what is precisely the even sometimes they are confused between the solar system and the galaxy and so on. So we are really stunned by such things. Also at the at the cognitive epistemological level, have we built up a case that astronomy is a fundamental science, much like physics, in fact, is supraphysics, it is generalized physics and so on and so forth. And it is also chemistry and even biology through its astrobiological science and so on. So how do we explain those beautiful scenes that we see? How we explain even how the sun is working to people, even within the physicist community, but even beyond that physics? How we explain those objects and how we explain those pictures that we have of the very early universe, the earliest picture of the universe that we have taken through our telescope, which of course need elaboration. I would say that physics, let's start to making the case for physics. Sorry, I am a physicist before being an astrophysicist. And again, astrophysics is generalized physics anyway. So physics work as magic, as you know. Physics are the magicians of today. Physics is the power of simplicity, explaining everything with a simple set of laws, and so on and so forth. Yet, physics of the universe, what concerns us, is the physics of the largest possible laboratory in the world, not Earth laboratory, but the largest one you can think of. And it is also multidisciplinary. So, as much as physics is magic, it has its heroes, Einstein, Feynman, Higgs, and so on and so forth. When we go to the large scale, and we are trying to explain this, I'm using the glacial snake to show the extent of the material world. We are really talking about all which extend beyond from the planet to the largest, at the largest extent, the clusters of galaxies, and also back in the at the macroscopic world, what is everything which is beyond even the quark and so on, because there is this synthesis between the larger scale and the smaller scale, which is very much part of astrophysics today. So astrophysics attempt to explain most of what you see in this picture, indeed. So having said that, physics, again, I'm going to bring back the case of physics, which is the basics of what I'm talking about. It is a fundamental science, as we know, because it is used by other science in a very fundamental way. Engineering is optimized physics. If you think of physics, it's a constraints physics. It is utilitarian and even opportunistic. Physics is for the other science what the air is that we breathe is for life. But then the universe, what is the universe? Is ultimate physics. That's the physics of that largest laboratory I've been saying. On the other side, it is also the science of the beautiful. Is there anything as beautiful as cosmic scenes? I don't think so. Of the mysterious, everything you talk about, quasars, black holes, and so on and so forth. The adventurous, and that's the most adventurous things. You're talking about going beyond the solar system. In century or so, we may explore material world that we have never seen in our neighborhood. It is also the most spiritual science, possibly the connection with the existential concern of man, and so on and so forth. Astronomy now also at the basic level, it is the easiest science to popularize. It is a science which can fire up the people's imagination and help make the way to the other sciences, which is too hard, of course, for people for the general citizen to apprehend or see the importance. It is also the science, by the way, which is needed to fight the fake news now. We are living in a world where many people don't believe anymore that Earth is flat, that Earth is not the center of the universe. Sorry, we're no more living in a world where some people believe, in some large chunk of people in our countries start going through this heresy of thinking that the Earth is flat, that the Earth is the center of the universe, that people have not landed on the moon, and so on and so forth. So we need the tools of astronomy and astrophysics for that. So I'm not going to go through all that. You know the physics, the beautiful physics of the stars, of the cosmology, of the galaxy, and so on and so forth. That's for the professional. It is let me just say one message for that. Without astrophysics, we will not understand the periodic table. That's a message to chemists. You know, if there were no astrophysics, there are no evolution of the universe beyond the Big Bang. The whole table of elements will be a virtual table. It will not only exist two elements, everything else will be virtual potentiality. The world, the universe as it has is made is the one which has made the periodic table as a real table where the elements exist in nature, and so on and so forth. Physics is also mapping out the large scale matter of the universe. If physicists think themselves they are the specialists of matter, they are the matter people, then most of what is the matter in the universe should only be explained or detected by astrophysicists, and so on and so forth. Then even there is more than possibly our world And as I said, if we even talk about the geology, geology has a supra-geology. The planetology is planetology. I'm finishing. Somebody wants to say something? Sorry. I will say planetology is systematic geology, as you see. Astronomy, as much as astronomy is cosmic geography, we're talking about geography. What is the large-scale geography? Is astronomy. The large-scale physics is astrophysics. The large-scale geology or earth science is planetology. So there's much that we can talk about to our colleagues and the general public, in addition to the beauty of the scenes, the cosmic scene I've been talking about. That's the case I wish that all of us can build up, and please help me in strengthening the case and make it astronomy as the fundamental and the citizen science and the culture, a part of the scientific culture. And thank you. Let's hear from you all what you can add or subtract.
No, thank you very much, Jamal. I think you've made the strong case for getting astronomy into the curriculum, into the university, as people were mentioning before.
To everything, my friend, not only astronomy, not the university only.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm sure people might like your slides, Jamal. If you have it, if people want to have a copy of your slides, should they just get in touch with you?
Okay.
Okay, cool. Right. So look, we are running close to our time. Our break is scheduled for 12:30, and I want to try and get through other topics. But I just want to take a moment. I saw some of the comments that are going around in the comments chat there. So look, you all have been on sort of chats where things can be misinterpreted and it escalates. So we are all here for one purpose. Let's try and sort of be respectful and express our opinions in a respectful manner. I think there are some comments that were made that have clearly caused some offense. So let's tone it down. Let's bring it back to the main picture here about astronomy in Africa. We know that we are a very diverse audience, and we have diverse opinions. So the thing that brings us together is astronomy and the African continent. So let's
please, Kevin, sorry. I need apology from Paul Lodick. That comment is very offensive. I take offense. I take special comment to that comment. Yeah, I need apology from him if you want me to continue on this meeting. It's very offensive.
Sorry.
I mean, the comment made by Paul is very offending, and we take special reference to that. He has to apologize. Otherwise, I'll come and stand off this meeting. Means that we are not needed in this meeting.
Right. Thank you for that, Bonaventure. Is Paul on? Paul, can I ask that we sort of, maybe you can withdraw that comment so that we can move on with the program?
I'm on mute. Thanks a lot, Kev. Yeah, Bonaventure, I think, sorry, my friend, there was no intention whatsoever based on some of the comments about racism and that. I obviously misinterpreted your verbal presentation earlier, but my comment was something that struck me was you mentioned that you go out of country to get education, etc., and then you want to come back in, and then you struggle to be able to apply it back in the country. That's how I interpreted it, and for that reason, my comment was I've got full empathy in a big way. I mean, being a fellow African, of course. And having lived and worked in Nigeria, I purely looked at the technical aspect of two things. Simply, if one looks at optical work, some of the southern parts, it's cloudy most of the time because that's how I experienced it in Lagos, Port Harcourt. And then, it was an optical observation.
Yeah, maybe we don't need to go into detail. I think
cool.
I think the main point that you're saying is that the intention was not
absolutely. No,
Yeah.
No, not at all. No negative intention. And as we say in Nigeria, no wahala, Bonaventure. There was nothing ill meant, my friend.
Okay, so let's close that issue now on the chat, and let's move on to our next topic. So this gets into virtual observatories. What I'm going to do for the rest of the program, there's one topic that's going to be important before the break, and that's the brief introduction to GatherTown and the future of meetings. So I'm going to leave the last 10 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes for that, and we'll run through whatever we can cover. Until then, we will. And then we can go into Vanessa Moss's talk and then into the break, because it's important for her talk to be close to the break. So let's hand over to now to Khadija on using virtual observatories.
Okay, I'll try to keep it short, so I won't take long. So as I mentioned yesterday in my talk, so the virtual observatory is an international astronomical community-based initiative, and VO aims to allow like global electronic access to the wealth or the huge amount of already available astronomical data archives of space and ground-based observatories, and so many sky survey databases. So as I mentioned, there are a number of familiar interfaces and simplified professional software, popular tools, for example, TopCat, Aladdin, Stellarium, and the CDS. Of course, only data of observatories that join the project, this IVO, International Virtual Observatory Alliance, are available. But nowadays, almost all major data centers have already joined or adhered to the VO, and most new telescopes and instruments will be VO compliant. So as we just heard, for example, from Patricia, for example, that archived salt data also, they are thinking of making it like accessible via, for example, VO. Okay. So the idea is to take advantage of this already amount of data that is already in hand and can be accessible via VOs, and using the very professional software developed by VO2 to do astronomical research across the entire electromagnetic spectrum, from radio to X-ray wavelength. So VO for Education is also a project that developed within the framework of the European Virtual Observatory, or VO, so not the euro currency. So,
sorry,
yeah?
Khadija, I think you might be advancing slides, but we don't see the slides advancing. And maybe so if you maybe you can just talk through if you don't.
Okay.
You wanna talk without slides?
Okay. Okay, so basically just, I think it's the, what is it, second slide of my, second or third slide from my talk, which shows that typography in the Africa map, showing all the different type of that archival data. So VO also, as I said, for education, so projects developed within the framework of the European Virtual Observatory, aiming to diffuse or VO data and software to the public, especially for students, teachers, and astronomy amateurs. There are so many use cases that's been already developed or are online in OroVO, and also African astronomers can also think about developing a new use cases and research projects at honors level and master level. So I mentioned, for example, Aladdin, which is an interactive celestial atlas for the visualization of digital images available in the VO format. And it allows also access to quite a large area sky surveys and display very beautiful images taken from NASA Hubble Space Telescope. And Stellarium also it stimulates like a realistic sky on the screen of the PC, like it could be seen by naked eye or with a telescope from anywhere on the Earth and at any time. And also the beauty of these VO tools is that there is that interoperability between the tools. Like, for example, you can query data from CGS, from Vizier, and you just broadcast it to TopCat or broadcast data. You can perform some kind of analysis using Aladdin, then just broadcast it to TopCat or any other VO tools. So to summarize, so VO or African astronomers should be encouraged to use VO tools to access astronomical data, to perform science outreach education. The only probably challenge that might be encountered is internet access for some African countries. I think that's all from my side.
Okay, cool. Thanks very much, Khadija. Do you have any specific sort of, maybe you can share the slides on Slack. I put in a link to the talk from yesterday, to your video as well, if people can want to see that. I see a hand.
Can you see my slides? No.
No, on the Slack. I mean, you can share your slides on the Slack. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We've got one hand. You can stop the sharing. Yeah. Okay. One hand. Sorry, the name Ebonasio.
Thank you for the talk. Very interesting. I think this is an incredibly important resource that is too often unknown, even within Europe. I know for Stellarium specifically, you can download it and perhaps
Sorry, can you just introduce yourself?
Yes, sorry. Hello, I'm Etienne Bonacieux. I'm a postdoc at the University of Bologna, and I specialize in low-frequency radio interferometry. And yeah, I find this all very important and interesting, so I'm very glad to be here with you. And yes, I was wondering whether you think it would be possible as part of the astronomy community in Africa to set up a similar sort of program as, for example, Linux has, where we could maybe share cheap pen drives and things, spread them, send them to people who ask, in the same way that Linux sends distributions on CDs for installation. Certainly for Stellarium, I think that would be possible. I don't know if the VO has any similar tools or anything, but this could be something that would be very interesting for the IAU to set up, maybe. I'm wondering what you think of this.
Yeah, I think that could be. Do you want to answer, Khadija?
No, I'm not really sure if I understood his question clearly, but what I want to comment on is that VO tools can be installed very easily in any platform, like if you are using a Linux or Windows or Apple Mac easily.
Yes, my comment was regarding, I think you're right to point out that the internet access is a significant barrier for many people in Africa, but that having physical distribution could be potentially a way to overcome this, to allow people, even in remote areas, if they have access to a computer, to then have access to astronomy.
Do you understand, Khadija?
I'm not really sure, because I think the question is more into structure about installing computers and internet access. So this is, as I mentioned, especially internet access. This is going to be one of the main challenges that will be encountered. So if you want to promote astronomy and there is no internet access. So
Okay, thanks very much. Let's hear from Patricia.
I just wanted perhaps help respond to that. I mean, I agree with everything Khadija has said. I think it would be possible to do something without internet access, but it's going to be extremely difficult. I mean, part of the issue is that the archives are continually added to, but certainly in terms of teaching materials, of getting the tools and the data into schools, you could do it in the way that was suggested. And given that internet is a problem in Africa, it's probably something that the African Astronomical Society could look into, because many of us do have access to the internet, and downloading the key things is not out of the question. I think that the great thing about this is it's a tremendous resource for people who have limited access to astronomy teaching, and maybe not access to telescopes, or maybe only access to a small optical telescope, but not to radio telescopes, or the other way round. They get access to the world's databases and can use that. And you can do astronomy with the data that's available without any telescopes whatsoever. And you can teach people very exciting things. So it's certainly something to be explored, which is potentially very useful in physics departments who want to introduce astronomy and just get people excited about it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Khadija, you want to respond, and then we can.
No, just a quick addition to the tools. Like the tools are really being improved and still improved a lot, and especially like, for example, with TopCat, you can explore and analyze the data, and even like produce like a very good quality plots, even if you don't have any background in programming. So you can still like analyze the data and produce some really very good quality plots that can be included in astronomical journal for research or publication.
Okay. Thanks very much. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Sinan, I think people are also getting tired now. We've been going at this for quite a while. I think we probably need a break quite soon. See, the next two speakers, I think, are not around at the moment, I'm told. So how about we take a break here and move on to the last talk of this session, and then we'll see if the speakers for the next talk come after the break. So we can take the rest of the unconference topics after the break. And we'll move now to the last talk of this session, which is a brief introduction to GatherTown from Vanessa Moss.
Are we having a break now then, Kevin, which I think would be brilliant?
First, this one to introduce you to the break. This is to.
You won't know if I'm broken anyway, will you?
That's the advantage of having videos off, I guess. So let's hand over to Vanessa Moss to just take us through some of these tools, and then during the break you can go and try out those tools.
Hey, sorry. So I'm actually just in Gather at the same time, and people are talking to me. I'm like, no, go away. I can't do two streams at once. So hello, everyone. So I guess, yeah, I mean, like Kevin said, I'm sure everyone's pretty overwhelmed with a lot of thinking and talking at the moment. So I'll try to keep this pretty light. What the goal of this, I guess part of it is to introduce Gather, because not everyone has experienced it before, and you probably have maybe some reservations about what is it and what is it useful for. So I thought I'd just kind of walk through a little demo just to give you an idea of what it does if you haven't been in Gather before. But I think this is part of sort of like a broader conversation and thinking about what the future of the way we interact looks like. So how do we go beyond things like Zoom is very effective for certain things, but there are different tools and platforms available. And over the next few years, I mean, partly in a response to the pandemic, but mostly just because technology is increasing, there are going to be more things available. And I recognize, just based on the previous discussion as well as others, that there is a unique context here to take into account things like access to power, access to internet, and the stability of those things, access to hardware. So I think it's quite, it's a unique context in Africa, especially in the context of the GA, for how this all comes together. But there's a lot of possibilities there. So just, and I'm only going to show Gather, but I didn't introduce myself again. I'm sorry, Kevin. So I should say, so I'm based in Australia. I work for CSIRO. Most of my actual job is focused on telescope operations, and some science. But the future of meeting stuff, so how we interact and how we make especially science collaboration better and more inclusive in the future, is one of the things I've been working on a lot with a number of other people. So that's where this sort of fits into that. Okay, so let me try and share my screen. I was trying to estimate when we would get up to this. I was like, oh, it'll be like 9:20 our time, it'll be fine. So I didn't expect, I was like, oh, we'll just go now. So I'm also, I don't think this will work, but I'll try and share it with sound. But that's okay. I've told everyone that if you can't hear them, that they can like wave or something. Okay, share. So what I'm sharing right now is Gather. I will probably try to make that a bit zoomed in because I'm sure that's very small. Let's see. Is that maybe that? Oh, I think on 150 is probably okay. I'm just checking that's coming through. Okay. Okay, cool. I can see Kevin nodding. Okay, so this is, I mean, and keep in mind, this is just one example of a platform. Ooh, sorry.
Let's go, Ethan.
Was there a question? Okay. Well,
sorry, Vanessa, you can go for it. I think someone just unmuted.
Oh, okay, cool. Let me just get the chat up in case. So you can post messages in the chat as well if you want. So yeah, so Gather is just one example of a tool. It's quite useful. The main purpose that this kind of tool gives you is autonomy as an individual. So when you're in a video call, you're kind of like all together, and that's good for some purposes. But if you want to have a social gathering where people cluster and group up in different cases, then some of these kind of spatial tools really help with that, because right now using the arrow keys, have the ability to go wherever I want, depending on what I'm interested in. So the space that I'm showing here is one that we built for, and it's really simple to make spaces. It's one we built for an e-research Birds of a Feather session. What we did was we also recorded little demos, and each of these demos are embedded as kind of like a little movie. So that's one of the features that many of these spaces have. If you want to see, I tried to share computer sound. I'm not sure it will work, but we can see. You can interact with these kinds of objects, and let's see if it plays. So what it does is,
okay, hello everyone.
Is that sound coming through?
We are coming to you from Orbital.
Oh, shocking.
Which is one
Okay,
of the platforms
that's
designed to
pleasant surprise.
Anyway,
Anyway, so those are just some demos, but so you can see kind of the power of these tools, right? You have the space to move around, you can interact with objects. Anything that can be embedded can be, shown in these spaces. So you can have tables and stuff and everyone can sit around the table. Yes, in some ways it's a little, I guess, cutesy, or it's a little like, okay, well, but it does give you that sense of togetherness that sometimes you are missing in, depending on the video call, or you can do visual breakout rooms where people can see where they are really easily. So it's a different way of, I guess, interacting. Again, you can interact with objects. So for example, in this case, we've embedded a Google document, just, a standard Google Doc, kind of like, I guess, the vision document or the unconference document that you've seen already at this meeting. And because these tools allow themselves to be embedded, you can just go in and edit things. You can say, I probably shouldn't actually edit, but I will. So hello. So yeah, it's very easy and it's right there. And if there's other people with video around, you can see that as well. and you can go out of it. So that's the sort of collaborative document editing you can do, similar to a video call. Like, I mean, in some ways, there are functions in these tools like Gather that are very similar to what we would normally do in a video call. They're just different. I think I'll find, Rika said she embedded the graphics somewhere. So here's an example of a whiteboard. So again, anything that can be embedded within an iframe can be embedded in Gather. And like I said, other tools are similar. We've tended to use Gather a lot because it's the most flexible. It's one of the most flexible, and it's constantly adding new features. So we found it's pretty good for that. Where is the DICERV graphic? She said she put it somewhere. It's at the front. Oh, maybe it's in the arrow. Oh, that's not it. So yeah, you can have notices and stuff as well, and signs. She put it here. Oh yeah, she put it here. So this, I don't know, maybe some people saw the short talk that we recorded yesterday. This was one of the slides that was shown in it. When we were doing the future of meetings work, we were trying to figure out, okay, what are the main lessons learned and recommendations for people who are now designing their own online, hybrid, or even in-person meetings? What are some of the key considerations? So that's how we came up with DICERV, which is, you know, a set of kind of 8 words that kind of provide, I guess, a framework to think about when you're planning a meeting. And if you want it to be, you know, as accessible as possible, then consider it from the start, inclusive and sustainable. So there's a sort of 3 goals. We advocate for digital first, and by digital first, it means it's kind of going to that location agnostic idea where you are, no matter how you're connecting, where you're connecting from, you sort of have that as much as possible level playing field, which is actually hard in practice, especially hybrid. But with the right thinking, you can sort of get around some of the issues. Experimentation is important. So trying new tools and trying things, and also considering the context and using the right tool for that. So that's where experimentation, the right tool. Value is about kind of, I mean, we're a very do-it-yourself group. Anyone who's talked to us has probably realized that. So, you know, using tools, learning, taking ownership, and kind of saving costs as much as possible by leveraging the skills that you have within your community. So that's sort of value. And evaluation is to do with, I guess, knowing exactly what the goals are from the start. So what success looks like, and being able to metrically, you know, objectively with metrics assess what is achieved. So those are just some things to think about. The reason I mention it here is because as you think about it, it applies to many contexts, like online teaching or, you know, meetings that are cross-continent. These same sort of ideas can help pick the right approach and tools and stuff based on what you want to achieve. So yes, so that's an embedded poster. So I guess we can go see Rika, Claire, and Emily.
Oh, it's Vanessa.
Okay. Are you hearing them speak?
Hello, Vanessa. We
okay.
Didn't know what we were meant to do. So we were actually doing the jigsaw.
So they can hear you right now. So I don't know if you want to say.
I am not saying anything rude.
That's okay.
Yeah, stop bitching about you.
Oh yeah, thank you. So yeah, so in this sense, so what you can see is like, so Rika, Emily, and Claire, they're sitting around a little jigsaw table. I'll show you what that looks like in a second. If I want to replicate sort of the Zoom call feeling, I can click these arrows and it just brings up their video. Gather itself, hello. Gather itself is not, I guess, like, you know, it's not a super duper streaming video platform like Zoom. So depending on your purpose, it might not, you know, you can see the video call is not bad, but it can have issues. It can only support up to 9 people visible at a time, but, you know, you can sort of get some of the same things happening. I'll avoid turning my video on because I think that might crash my computer. It'll probably be fine, but it'll probably just be weird. So yeah, so the thing right now is, I don't know, maybe you want to demonstrate, like Rika and Emily can walk out of the room and say, okay, we're going to go talk about this thing and we're going to just catch up. So I don't know, Rika, Emily, do you want to just?
Hi, Claire. Emily and I have to go, apparently.
Well, you can come back. Just kind of walk away and then come back. Like, it's fine. So you see, as soon as they went away, they're doing their thing on the side. I can see where they are. So I have this visual signaling of them being away, talking to each other, while Claire and I can be here talking about something else. So yeah. So I guess that's sort of just showcasing how Gather can be really good, because people can sort of choose how they cluster and interact with each other. Hopefully they'll come back now. Oh, maybe I can demonstrate spotlighting. So you can broadcast things. So hey, Rika, Emily, you guys can come back now if you want. So yeah, so you have these kind of tools, and again, Gather is one example. Many other tools exist, and we can give you ideas if you want to try other things. So they're back now. So the other thing we can show is this. There are things that you can, like I said, anything's fair game. You can embed anything. So in this case, we've embedded a jigsaw puzzle that you can work on together. I have no idea what status it's in. Claire and I did a little bit during the e-research buff, but well, it's thinking about downloading. It was actually quite a hard one because it was like very similar colors throughout. Oh wow, okay.
Maybe
There's been some progress.
Cool. Yeah, we can see. Maybe if anyone has any questions or anything, maybe you can throw it out while Vanessa is talking. So
right?
they can answer.
Yeah, for sure. If you have any questions,
Cool. Okay.
I have no idea.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I realized they can. So Rika and Claire and Emily can hear me. They can't hear you guys, and you guys can hear them. So yes, it's an interesting channeling.
Slightly creepy.
Sorry, Claire. But yeah, so these are kind of fun things that you can do to replicate a little bit of that informal social interaction that, you know, a lot of times we are missing at conferences, like online conferences. Yeah, Patricia.
Patricia, yeah.
Yeah, I just had a bit of trouble getting started yesterday because I'm not very good at these things. And I discovered that it worked much better in Safari than it did on Google Chrome, probably just to do with settings. But perhaps you can help people get their settings right, or suggest which is the best browser to use.
Yeah, that's a good point. So in terms of the best browser, actually often Gather recommends Chrome. So it's interesting that you had a bad experience with Chrome. Firefox is also generally one of the recommended ones, but Safari is one of the ones that's caused the most problems in our testing. So it's interesting.
Oh dear.
but I mean, I think what that shows, I mean, what they're trying to do is make it more browser agnostic as much as possible. I would say to people, if you are trying Gather and you have issues with one browser, try a different one if you have access to it. Gather also sort of works on the phone, but it's not as much functionality, but that is an option. So you can join via a phone as well. Its accessibility tools are limited. It doesn't have captioning like Zoom does. But we've found workarounds where we've been able to use something like Otter AI or a captioning service to record a transcript and share that. So it's not perfect, but you can work around it. But yeah. So I think, I mean, what we found with Gather is that it fills a niche that we're sort of missing in some of the tools that we tend to use for online meetings. It gives people something, you know, a way to cluster. It gives people a way to interact. It works really well for poster sessions, but it really just comes back to if you are planning an online interaction like a general assembly, but that's a really big one. But just even like a small meeting or a get together or a cross country thing, like what are you trying to achieve so that you make sure you choose the right tool for that? If it is about organic social interaction where people just kind of hang out, then something like Gather might work a lot better than Zoom or WebEx or Teams or so. So yeah, I don't know if people have questions or thoughts. Happy to hear them.
Great stuff. Any questions? Any thoughts for Vanessa?
Just to comment on what Patricia was saying about, you know, whether it's better in one browser or another. I mean, it's an obvious thing, I suppose, but I've always found that if I have multiple tabs or windows in the browser open, even if they're not sort of active, it seems the quality is compromised. So I tend to go and use another browser and it's better.
Yeah, that's a good point. I am guilty of having about 1,500 tabs open at any given time. So it's always like surprising if my computer stays alive. But yeah, it's a good point, you know, like, and a lot of these tools aren't as optimized as they could or should be yet. So in fact, I have a virtual background on now, and that eats up way too much CPU. So sometimes I have to turn that off just to get things to behave. So yeah, there are things you can do. Sometimes people have trouble with AV, like so audio visual stuff. The way to do that, so at the very bottom of the Gather screen, there's your name. If you click that and you go to settings, that gives you what it thinks the inputs are. So it tends to be relatively clever about picking the right ones, but that's a good place to check if you're not, you know, if the right camera is not coming through, or maybe the wrong microphone. I don't even know what those speakers are doing, because technically it should be my headphones, but clearly Zoom has hijacked something, but it's still working, so that's good. Anyway, so that's a good place to check if you have issues, and you can check other settings like turning off HD video can help with performance. It does clever things like noise suppression. It's not as good as Zoom, but it does do them, and you can turn that off. You can make it go back to the original audio. So anyway, so there are some settings to know. I'm trying to think, Claire, Emily, and Rika, what are other things that we've seen with technical issues in Gather that people might want to know about?
Can we take
there was the
Carolina's hand?
peer-to-peer sound disappearing, but I think you said that got fixed.
Oh yes,
That is
sound.
apparently
Yep,
fixed.
sound disappearing. Sorry, yep. Carolina, sorry, I just saw your hand.
Hi, Vanessa.
Hey.
I just wanted to say that, you know, between now and 2024, there is going to be a lot of technological improvements. And I think one of the ones that people are really working on very hard at the moment is spatial audio, in the sense that making use of your stereo so that a person who's sitting on your left in the virtual space comes louder in your left headphone, and the person sitting on your right would come louder in the right headphone. And I really look forward to that being more widely available, because it's one of those, like, it adds to a multi-sensory experience that makes it much more real. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that exciting technological development.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a really good point. And Gather has spatial drop-off, so it has proximity audio, but it doesn't do what you're saying. Like, it doesn't do left and right audio. And what we found, so there are already a number of tools that do this. We've used something called Glue a fair bit, but many tools that aren't Gather. AltSpace does this. The ones that tend to have more 3D, so it's not like a 2D top down, but 3D, those tend to deal with it a little better, but they already exist and they make such a difference. In fact, you realize that one of the reasons we have trouble with audio is because we can't turn and face people. Like in Zoom, it's like you're just kind of looking at everyone all the time. But having that direction is so important and does make a big difference. And that's not even, you know, a 2024 thing, that's a next 6 months thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Zoom, you know, trying to keep up with the mixed reality advances, if Zoom tries to innovate in this space as well. They're doing things people have probably seen together mode in Teams. If you use Teams, I think Zoom has one too, but I haven't tried it. So that whole, you know, it takes your video and it puts you in like a little lecture theater together or something. I mean, it's really kind of a bit cheesy, but it's sort of taking steps towards the next level, which is the sense of being together with other people, even when you're not physically together. And so that's what we get really excited about as well.
Okay, great stuff. Thanks so much, Vanessa. We've hit our time, so maybe people can go and test it out and try it out during the break.
Claire, Emily, Rika, we're signing off, so I will say goodbye and stop sharing. Thanks.
Yeah, please thank them first.
Yep, they say thank you.
Thanks, bye.
Okay, great stuff. Thanks so much. So, everyone, we have a Gather setup. Charles had sent the link, so the links are on the website. But I'm I'm just adding it here to the chat again. If you'd like to pop over there during the break. We'll now break. There'll be some spare Zoom rooms here if anyone wants to jump in with any of your colleagues and chat using the Zoom. But the break will be now, and we'll come back in half an hour at 1 o'clock CAT. Thanks very much, everyone. We'll see you after the break. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Let's allow a few minutes for people to join, but right, we're going to move into the last session now. Can people hear me? Are you still on the break?
Yep, we can hear you.
Right. So we've updated the program on the website. We've moved the items that were not complete in the previous session. So let me just share my screen. You can see it. Okay, so this is the program. Oh, I don't know if I'm sharing the right one. Okay, so the items from just before the break are now moved after, and there's a few other items that were voted up in the unconference document. So whatever time we have that remains, if there are things on the unconference document that you've seen that you'd like to bring up, then we can have that discussion at the end. We planned to end a bit earlier than yesterday, so whenever the discussions end, we can stop. Okay, I'm just trying to give it some time for people to join. So we've got more or less, well, we've got about 2/3 of the number of people that we had before the break. I see the number is increasing slowly. So I think let's get going. I wonder, is Priya Hassan available? The first topic is possible programs for the Women in Astronomy Working Group. So you would have heard yesterday, one of the talks was about the IU Working Group on Women in Astronomy. I see Priya is not here, so would anyone else like to kick off the discussion? Because there were other people that voted for this topic. So anyone else would like to kick off this? I think broader it would be sort of women in astronomy in Africa, but yeah, her topic was about the IU Women in Astronomy Working Group. I see Patricia.
Well, perhaps I could just say a few words as nobody else is. And the IAU General Assembly, there's usually a Women in Astronomy lunch and a special opportunity for a number of meetings focused on women's interests. And I think we must make an effort to make those focused on women's interests within Africa. But I don't want to say any more than that. I wasn't planning to speak at this, but there are regular events specifically for women, which one of the important things about those is that they are usually attended by the senior people in astronomy around the world, people like the directors of the major observatories, male or female, so that they get to hear the women's perspective. So it would be very important to get the senior people in Africa, male or female, to attend those meetings as well. That's all I want to say, Kevin.
Thanks, Patricia. Anyone wants to add to that or any comments on this topic?
Hi, everyone. Maybe also just to say that you also saw the short video about the African Network of Women in Astronomy, which is part of the AFAS committee. So there's a group, and we already have a large membership. I think we're one short of 100 people now. as part of that group that's doing stuff on the continent in terms of training and networking, and we're just about to launch an award as well. So any ideas are most welcome to also flow up through that channel, because there's obviously a lot more that can be done. And so please feel free, if you think of anything, to get in touch. I think with either myself, Majana, Samaya is also here, Priscilla Moheki, any of those. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Michelle?
Yes, thank you. Close to the lunch for the women in astronomy, I will remind you that there is also the lunch for young astronomers, which will be set up by the OIA and also by David Motta and ITSIAR. It's usually taken place 1 or 2 times, having discussion with senior astronomers or astronomers willing to help young students, that is at the PhD level or slightly below the PhD level, to start their career in astronomy. This is a very important point in any general assembly. So, well, a committee will have to be set up for sure for that in a time.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's something also to build in the planning for the General Assembly, if we want to expand that that type of activity also, you know, around the General Assembly. Other comments, other questions? Okay, do you want to maybe Vanessa, you know, put the link for the AFNA sort of website and so on in the chat there, and okay, I don't see any other hands. Michelle, I guess your hand is done now. Okay, there's nothing else on this topic. Then let's move on. The next topic is what was proposed by Jean-Baptiste, and that's on planetary science. Is Jean-Baptiste here? Okay. Since this does relate to the African initiative on planetary and space sciences, is there anyone from AFIPS that would like to say anything on planetary science? Okay, I guess we can jump over this topic because I'm not sure exactly what Jean-Baptiste wants to talk about. So if we're okay with that, then we can move on to the next topic. Okay, I don't see any hands. Right, next topic, globalization of astronomy terminologies and descriptions. So there was a short talk yesterday by Nurali Jiwaji. Do you want to introduce this topic, Nurali, and is there anything additional from the talk that you gave yesterday?
Yeah, hello, Kevin. My idea was that often when, like yesterday, for example, I was at a winter school. I mean, you know, things like that really are very confounding to readers. So what I am suggesting is that, and this is not something which is true for astronomy. I was listening on another conference where they were talking about a terminology dealing with ocean fishing and all that. So everybody is worried about commonalizing terminologies. From that line that I called before, I used to call it decolonization. I think Caroline also has that terminology for describing how to get rid of our mental blocks on, or mental problems about dealing with our past. But here, this is about more about globalization of terminology. So everybody is concerned. So in astronomy also, I think we should have there's a kind of a translation issue, but it's not a matter of translation. This is about English itself, but becoming ununderstandable because people are viewing it from their own, the writer's viewpoint, which is often most of the material is produced in the north, in the developed nations where there is a lot of activity going on. So we are reading things which are related to them, and they are writing from their own point of view, maybe most likely for their own audience. But if we can urge people to be more, it's like bias, to remove gender bias in our conversations all the years. This is like removing national bias also in our conversations. That's what I'm trying to suggest here.
Okay, thanks very much, Nurali. Anyone who would like to weigh in on that? So also covering the idea of the so-called decolonization. So are there any? Okay, I see two hands. I'm going to first give it to Ebenezer, Patricia, and then come to you.
So hello again, still Etienne Bonastre. I think this is a very important question, especially in the context of building an African astronomy community. And I think to address it as a community as it is built, the key question is a question of, how to say, ownership and access. This African radio community, who controls its tools, its networks, and who controls where it goes? What is the goal? It is a political goal, so to speak, and one that should probably be done in collaboration with governments across Africa, but also in discussion and democratic consultation within first the African astronomy community and then the wider astronomy community. And I think it's one that should be considered from the get-go, especially in a Pan-African context. And I thank you for raising it.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Patricia.
We did manage to get this changed within the International Virtual Observatory Alliance, and they now talk about the Northern Spring and Northern Fall interop meetings. So it can be done. Of course, people who are used to speaking to their colleagues about spring and autumn lapse back into it, but it's not impossible.
Cool, thanks. Anyone else would like to contribute to this subject?
Maybe
I see a very interesting
Can I add a
comment.
comment here about time, for example? Every time in our meeting, everywhere we see local time. Like even for this conference, we are talking of Central African time, or I don't know, why should we not talk of one time, UTC? And then everyone has in his mentality, it's 3 hours ahead or 5 hours ahead, whatever, you just add or subtract, a constant amount every time you say a timing, Even on TV, we see all local times, Nobody gives us a one standard time. So maybe that is a big challenge. I will often miss a lot of conferences and particular times because I in fact announced to my colleagues that I'll be doing this on at 12:30 here in Tanzania time, but I miscalculated actually. So it's too bad,
No, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I see a comment from Neeraj. Apparently, the reason that the clockwise direction is what it is because that's the direction the shadow of the sundial due to the sun rotates in the northern hemisphere. That's interesting. I didn't realize that. Okay, right. I don't see any more hands, so let's close this topic now, and we'll move on to the next one. Right, the next one is about initiating departments for astronomy engineering at the colleges of engineering. Do we have Yusri Azam?
Yes, I'm here.
Right, over to you. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Yusra Azam. I am working as an engineer at the National Research Institute of Astronomy and Geophysics in Egypt. And actually, I'm suggesting to have departments of astronomy engineering at the faculties of engineering, because actually I suffered a lot when I got my job about 28 years ago, when I was an assistant researcher at the institute, and I was obliged to get a research point related to astronomy. I think there's a big gap between faculty of engineering and professors of engineering and the astronomy field. So I was obliged to bring professors from the faculty of engineering to my observatory to see a research point and to suggest me some research point. And it was a big problem, actually. I had to get some knowledge for astronomy. I don't know about the right ascension, declination, and the hour angle, and all the fields related to astronomy, and which is can be a research point for my master degree in the faculty of engineering at Cairo University. So also we have a very big deficiency in engineering engineers which are working at the astronomical institutes in Egypt. For example, we don't have any optical engineer. For example, even the mechanical engineers, the electrical engineers, and the electronic engineers need much of training to master the maintenance and even the research related to astronomical instruments and telescopes. So I am imagining to have programs related to maybe, for example, electrical engineering departments or mechanical engineering or optical engineering at the faculties of engineering, or even to have separate or departments that are related to astronomy engineering. It can teach students, undergraduate students, the electronic engineering related to astronomy, the electrical engineering related to astronomy, mechanical engineering related to astronomy, and also optical engineering related to astronomy. Also, they can learn programming related to astronomy. They can learn Python. They can learn many softwares that can serve in the astronomy field. So I'm imagining to have these programs or to have these departments in the faculty of engineering among the continent, and it will have actually many folds. It will first disseminate the astronomy among the public, and also it will lead to foster the research in the field of astronomical instrumentation in the faculties of engineering. And also I think it will make much of graduates from these departments which can work at astronomical institutes. So this is my point of view.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any comments, any questions on this topic? Maybe I can just throw out a question in terms of the practicalities. How easy would it be to bring in this subject of astronomy engineering within faculties?
I don't know, but if it is adopted as a decision from the General Assembly, or for example the governments, I think it can be adopted from your General Assembly or
okay.
From any other side.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, thanks. Let's hear from Vanessa, and then.
Thanks, Yoshri. I think this is a topic that has been important and on people's radar for a long time, and especially if I sort of talk now within my job at the South African Astronomical Observatory, trying to get more engineering students working in the kind of fields of technical development that's useful for the observatory is something that we struggle with at the moment. And similarly, a few years back at the University of Cape Town, we looked at having an astro engineering degree. So there was a lot of, what's the word? there's a lot of enthusiasm about having the stuff, and then in the end, I think it became impractical due to small things like timetabling issues. But I think you'll find, probably there's a really broad enthusiasm for it.
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. So I saw Neeraj's hand was up.
Yeah, but Vanessa kind of responded to what I wanted to ask.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Other comments, questions on this topic? It's clearly a very, very important aspect, especially if we talk about instrumentation. Roz.
Yeah, I was just going to say, also from the observatory's point of view, we've been thinking about whether we could, add some courses to the postgraduate programs of astronomy that specifically look at instrumentation, because it is challenging to do it from the engineering side. But perhaps there's kind of a middle ground where we can get astronomy students to be more involved in the instrumentation projects. So that's just something to think about. And it's definitely, it's a challenge to find people who particularly have the optics experience. So whenever we need an optical engineer, it's really a challenge to find someone who's had experience in astronomy.
Yes, this is also might be a good suggestion to add some courses to astronomy departments already in the universities now. But for example, optical engineering is very difficult to have without much of study. There must be some good study for this specialization actually. So I think to initiate such departments or programs or inside the some engineering departments will be better, and it will be good to get some graduates from these departments that can work and can understand technical problems and can solve and also can make research related to astronomy instrumentations.
Sorry, Thierry?
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. This point that Azam raised is very important to take in account because, and just to straight to the point, one thing that we can do is, and I suggest from my slide, the first day is making some proposition to ministries of education in countries. So they are responsible for kind of project in universities, high school, primary schools, and so forth. So just to say to them, the importance of astronomy, because most of them, they are ignoring it, and they don't know why is matter, why is important, and how to invest it. It is like, it's not urgent. It's not, we don't need it now for some people. So is our mother's responsibility to send to them a kind of recommendation or proposal that, yes, that's the curricula that we can follow to teach astronomy at school for students, and we can have a department of research at the university of centers or an institution, an affiliate institution to university apart, but leads and recognized by as a national institution by the government and or ministry of education. So that would give a credibility to the work and why we have to take it and allow people to involve in as soon as possible. That's
Thanks. I see two things emerging here that we can we can sort of try and build into the vision document. One is on the actual sort of training and the engineering training that's needed, but also on the awareness and having the communities also aware, as Thierry was saying. Thanks very much. Can we go to David?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on what Vanessa was saying and supporting wholeheartedly the idea of getting more engineers involved in astronomy and instrumentation. I believe that although Vanessa said it was sort of timetabling issues, but I think it goes beyond that, if I'm not mistaken. For formal courses, the regulations within, for example, the engineering faculty and the science faculty made it very difficult when this proposition was put forward a number of years ago. And so I think that there's, when there's a will, there's a way. There must be some way around it, but there has been this sort of barrier which has sort of stopped what we had hoped, but we have been able to make advances by, for example, co-supervising postgraduate students when it's not sort of a formal course, but they're involved in a project or something like that, at master's level at least, or project level. But, I completely agree with the sentiments that we really need to exploit this. I mean, it's advantageous for the students because, students in astronomy who have instrumentation experience are readily employable, whereas, it's not, you can't really say that of astronomy students in general. Hopefully they will be, but someone with those engineering skills, they're scarce as hen's teeth, and a lot of instrument groups have suffered from, loss of expertise as people move on or retire. And I don't think we're filling the void with, young engineers or young scientists with engineering experience. So I think this is something well worth pushing, and it's certainly something that benefits the countries in which such programs would happen.
Cool. Yeah, thank you very much, David. Okay, I don't see any other hands. Thanks very much for this important topic. Shall we move on now to the next topic? Any hands? Or okay, so let's move on to the next topic. And this one is from Alamir, Dark Sky Conservation and Astrotourism Initiatives in Africa. Alamir, are you here? I don't think Alamir is here. So, but this is an important topic. It was mentioned twice yesterday. I think the other talk was from our colleague Stelios Triffin. I don't know if you're around, Stelios. You gave a talk about this yesterday. Okay, let's open it up. If there are interested people, would anyone like to talk about the subject of astrotourism and the establishment of dark sky reserves? I think if no one wants to kick that off, feel free, raise your hands. Okay, I see Jiwaji. You wanna?
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah, you want to say something about astrotourism? Yeah.
Yes. This is a focus for us. In fact, one of the outreach projects which we have in collaboration within East Africa is during the school that we expect to hold next year. One of the programs was to have an astrotourism training. So, and sensitization. so to schools and to the public. So this is a key point, because really, I mean, when we are talking of places which have tourist attractions, which are nature attractions, or any tourist area, I think an addition of astronomy in the package as a nighttime or an additional activity can be very useful. And besides the skies, there can be many artifacts and objects that somebody can be guided to during the so astrotourism is a very upcoming area, and I'm also myself fighting for preservation of the dark skies, government to recognize this as a key, because when you're talking of Kilimanjaro project, for example, the main attention that we got was from the Ministry of Tourism, see? Because that has almost a direct impact. So people, I think we should be focusing on our efforts on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Georgie. Before I come to Ebenezer, let's give Chris a chance. He hasn't said anything yet. Can you just introduce yourself if you're speaking for the first time?
Okay, right. Hello, everyone. My name is Chris de Koning. I am a tourist guide as well as an amateur astronomer. And I have organized astro tours in the past for conferences and stuff like that. Just what I want to say, it's a wonderful thing, but COVID, for example, has totally destroyed the tourism industry worldwide. For about 2 years now, there has hardly been any tourists. So tourist guides, etc., are struggling, and a lot of people think the answer to everything is tourism, and especially astrotourism, but it's not that simple. Something like COVID could destroy a whole industry. So in time, the industry will get back up on its feet, and we should rather prepare now for plans for once COVID is open and people can move freely and tourism can get back on its feet, that you could have all these different astrotourism aspects in place. That's my little bit.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's go to Ebenezer.
Hello again. So my question is more regarding, so when it comes to astrotourism, are there efforts made for the people who live in those areas to have access to astrotourism for free, to the sky under which they live, to the information, the outreach? And if not, could this become a point of contact between astronomy, the civil society, but also schools, union, municipalities, so we can build up not just the expertise scientifically, but also the expertise for the guides, for the local people, to bring links between their communities? I feel this could be an important point. The economic point is important, but unless we bring in the people, there is a missing component. If this astrotourism is only for visitors and not for the people who live there, I feel we're missing something very important in the building of an astronomy community in Africa.
Yeah, that's a very important point. Thanks. I'm going to give now Leratori a chance. He hasn't said anything yet. Can you please introduce yourself at the beginning, and then followed by Sarah? Are you there, Leratori?
Me or no?
Leratori Liu. His hand is up. Okay, let's go to Sarah.
Okay, hi, thanks. Yes, I'm Sarah I'm one of the NAICs for Ghana, and also at the Ghana Planetarium and AFAS as well. I just wanted to say, yeah, I agree with Jiwaji about the, I think it is something you can add if you already have tourists coming for a particular, reason. We have things like turtle walks and things like that in Ghana. I think it'd be a great thing to add. And yes, also agree, sorry, I can't remember the other gentleman's name, of course, including the local community. I'd be quite interested to find out the projects where they've been training the local community to be the astrotourism guides, how much training they need and how well that went. Because I'm thinking just purely in Ghana, there is so little astronomy, and people don't hear about astronomy from anywhere. That I mean, my experience in training teachers is that you can't just do 1 or 2 courses. It really needs to be quite a kind of long-term project with lots of refreshers. So that was just one thing I was a bit concerned about. I think it's a great idea, but I'd just be interested to hear what are other people's experiences in training people who previously didn't know anything about astronomy.
Right. Okay. So I've got currently 4 hands. I'm going to give the person that spoke the least so far. Shambel Salu, you go first, and then followed by Thierry. If you can just introduce yourself at the beginning. I see it's still muted. Sorry, the sound is not very good. Can you just try again with the sound? Maybe bring the mic closer.
Okay.
Bring the mic closer.
Is that fine now?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. My name is Sham.
Sorry, the sound went down again.
Okay.
There
Sorry.
you go. There you go.
Okay. I think light pollution is a very hot issue for the future, for the development of modern astronomy. So Africa is very rich for dark sky and quiet sky. So we have to use this opportunity for the future, because for the developing country, due to the city expansion and population growth, and it is I think it is a quite issue for the future about the astrotourism. It is quite important for the especially for tourism industry. So for instance, Ethiopia has a lot of tourism. So for the future, maybe it uses for social, economical development.
Sorry, Shambel, the sound is gone again. Okay. Sorry, we couldn't hear the very last part there, but I just heard you say that you finished your point. Okay. Now let's go to Thierry.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe I will introduce quickly myself before shut up my point. So my name is Thierry Marshall Tangole from Benin Republic, and I'm currently the national point of contact at Benin for Space Generation Advisory Council. It supported United Nations applications programs, and also members of entrepreneurship and investment committee of International Astronautical Federations. So, executive director of Cosmolab, and I will come back later to introduce what is Cosmolab is about and related to astronomy, and we have better understanding of that. So, but my point is linked to space tour, no, astronomy tourism. Actually, we are talking about space tourism. So, and my goal is we have as well to find out a business model, business perspectives behind astronomy, because one important thing and that I love most of the time is apply science to business for industrial level. So here we have to find what kind of things we are invested in astronomy. What will be return of investment, RO EI, we say. So, and it's important to have as well the perspective of business that we behind astronomy and how we could have we will harvest, I would say, harvest and have a turnover of those activities we run out to the continent.
Yeah.
So based on realities and etc. So that's some things I want to say about tourism in astronomy as well. So it's important.
Okay. Maybe then in terms of the vision document, that point about partnerships and building partnerships with industry, making these partnerships with the tourism industry will be beneficial for astrotourism. Okay, thanks very much, Thierry. Ebonesio? And let's start rounding up and bringing the point back to what needs to be done in the lead up to 2024, or how astrotourism should be seen at the General Assembly or around the General Assembly 2024.
Sorry, I just want to say I forgot to put my hand down last time.
Okay.
Apologies.
Okay. The other hands, are they up? Maybe you can just check. I've got Sarah, Nurali, and Shambel's hands up. Are they old hands?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I just wanted to make a point that, in fact, one of the proposals that we are presented to IAD is for a training curriculum preparation and for astro tour guides. And we are not only targeting like current tour guides who are in the parks and all that, but also just entrepreneurs, So this will be something that people can train themselves in to go, in their own villages or in towns, wherever they are, to have a telescope and be, available for astrotourism, attracting to anybody who wants that. So that is one idea I wanted to say.
Great. Okay, thanks very much to everyone that contributed to that one. So I don't see any more hands. So how about we move on to the next topic? And I think each of these topics we're sort of seeing how we can build this into the vision document, into the plans going towards the General Assembly 2024. Right. So the next topic, making the IUGA multilingual. So Thierry, we bring you back onto the spot. How to make the IU General Assembly able to deal with multiple languages.
Sure. Okay, now allow me to introduce quickly Cosmolab, which is an institution to demystify and visualize space science, technologies, astronomy by involving new to STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics studies. So we have 3 pillars. One of related to observatories through planetarium activities. The second one for, is about maker lab space where people will come with their ideas and we put make types of device, tools, instruments for the accessibility to allow them to design and prototype their ideas and make it at industrial level with business models based on that. And the third one is a Cosmolab magazine where we are producing and working on comic, cartoon, gaming, through astronomy learning and teaching as well for kids in primary, secondary, and high school students. So, and as well for adults who are passionate about astronomy through history. So the aim is to engage you to learn more about astronomy and link it to practical and theoretical lessons that they are learning to classes. So through formulas, physics formulas, mathematics formulas as well. So that's it. And talking about all that, you may know science doesn't have language. We use language to communicate science. So it's important to have a clear mind of that. That's what I saying in the morning when David. I understand. Yes, we have to use a common language to communicate and to have better understanding of what we are saying. But we have to, since we want to demystify and allow a lot of people to understand and involve on those projects astronomy through the continent, we have to allow them to understand it. Why is matter? Why is important? That's why 193 countries are members of United Nations countries, but they have different languages to communicate their activities and their website and everywhere. There are documents in different languages. So it's also important while we are in a continent that English is not the only language to allow people to know what we are doing and why it's important. So the GA of 2024 it would be nice to have a streaming like that, but people are streaming on a platform where French countries could listen it and participate in the language, in French, Arabic as well, Portuguese, Swahili, and etc. So that's what will create a big and widely community and allow people to involve as much as possible. So that's why we have to take this into account. And to finish, I will say the same things with policies and regulatory. So because earlier we talked about data, but one thing very important for me when we have we collect data, the most important part is the utilization of those data in our daily life. So how will we use that? And if we do not have some policies and recommendations for the continent to lead people to why they are using those data, we will face some, I would say, kind of conflict, industry conflict, but we have to forecast that. And by doing that, we have to set some policies, implementations as well to help people monitoring well the devices and collect the data and know when they will use data and how they will use it. That's all by my end. Thanks for listening.
No, thank you very much. This is an important topic, and it comes up very often within the International Astronomical Union as well about, especially how we communicate astronomy and make it more accessible. Any comments, questions, ideas on how we can address the language barriers that we find ourselves facing? I don't see any hands. I see. I've been told that I can call you Etienne Ebenesio.
That's correct. I'm Etienne. So I guess I'm wondering, this could be another opportunity to build institutional links within universities. So I think especially in Africa, where there are obviously the big colonial languages, which are different in different countries, but also local languages and Arabic, and that it could be very interesting to get astronomers and students, this is something that can even be done at the undergraduate level, in contact with the local departments of local languages. I know this is an initiative, for example, that is done sometimes in regions with dead or dying languages in Europe. So for example, in Occitanie in France, or in Scotland and Ireland, to keep those languages alive. There's no reason we could not have similar initiatives. And this would be a very good source of projects for BSc and MSc students, not just in astronomy, but also in those language departments. So I'm wondering if there are people who, if this is potentially an interesting path to follow. Definitely something could be done in the past 4 years, in the next 4 years for this.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, I think the more advice we can get around this, the better, because it is something where the GA and the organizing around the GA is currently immersed in English. So having input from the different languages of the continent will be good. Especially if there's any specific suggestions, we can throw it into the vision document, into the plan. Right, other comments on language and overcoming language barriers? Okay, I don't see any hands. I somehow get the feeling that we're getting tired. Is that a fair judgment here? We're nearing the end of the day, and we've been going through a long list of topics. Okay, let's. I see one yes at least. Let's now jump to the last topic then. Unless there's any other points. Okay, yeah, that was an old hand, Etienne. Right, so the last topic: facilitate the exchange of African students and researchers. From Abdel Majid. We also sort of thought that the topic that Nurali had suggested, dealing with co-supervision, could also be mentioned under this topic. So first I'll hand over to Abdel Majid.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes. How to facilitate the exchange of students and researchers. I think that we have to create and encourage a lot of common program. Let me tell you briefly about our program who called Mobilité Universitaire en Afrique, MUNAF, is a project for academic mobility funded by European Union and aims to internationalize evaluation system, master program, and doctoral research with African university through academic mobility. So with some country African, more than 12 countries, and some colleagues in country in Europe, France, Belgium, and Italian, we have to try to make the same program with astrophysics. So, but with the last program, we have many difficulties. So like language, like how to say, procedure administrative, it's very, yes, an obstacle for student and researcher, and no homogenization of diploma. They create an obstacle for student. So I think that we have to create, to think about to create in Africa some to found to create like this program, and like I think like we create I hope that we can create like in Europe, the famous program Erasmus, how allows students to, you can extend by 1 year or half year, but we have to have a common program, and with the complementary program who allows us to have one common, like master's diploma or a bachelor in astrophysics. So the idea, I think that if you have to facilitate, is to create a project to encourage mobility of students and researchers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Abdel Majid. Can I maybe take some comments on this first, and then I'll hand over to Jiwaji. Any reactions? Any questions, comments? Okay, maybe we can. Sorry, Vanessa just told me that Jiwaji had to go, but she can say what he wanted to say. Over to you, Vanessa.
I hope I can say what he wanted to say. That I think what the point that Jiwaji wanted to make was that more probably for postgraduate students, it would be quite helpful to have a database of people who would be willing to co-supervise students on the continent along with their expertise, and then you could those kinds of skills if you needed a co-supervisor for a student. So I think that's what Nurali was suggesting, and maybe that's also something that one could pull together with the survey that's coming out of FS.
Okay, thanks very much. Any comments, questions? Sorry, I heard someone.
We just say people are getting tired.
People are getting tired. Yeah. Okay. I don't see any hands, so maybe this is sort of at the end of the day now. But I think just on this topic, this is something that I think we really need to sort of build into that vision document more strongly. There are parts of this in that vision document, but you know, if you can have a look there. And see whether we've covered it adequately, Abdel Majid, and maybe add in any comments. I see Khadija.
So this is just a comment also regarding the supervision of the students in terms of the research topics. So we know that not all the African continents where there is astronomy. Like, for example, radio astronomy doing well in South Africa, but not, for example, in the northern of Africa, and so many other topics. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks. I saw Thierry's hand.
Yes, just to mention a point regarding what Behinda said. You know, there are a lot of people interested of space, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, astronomy studies in Africa. But what they are facing is lack of resources, lack of means, lack of finance, lack of fees to pay the tuition to schools, and that sometimes creates or leave down or quite some people to school, and despite, even if they have a talent, they have all willing to do great things, but that's what is. Now there's an opportunity for us now and to find a way, find a solution to them. That is find scholarship or let's say not find scholarship, but establish a scholarship from IAU towards Africa's people from Africa or students from Africa who want to study astronomy, space science. Is very important to find to get this on board. So yeah,
okay.
That's it.
Yeah, that's something definitely to highlight in the document. Let's take Neeraj.
Yeah, can I talk about the different topic, or should I wait for later?
Okay, let's just give a chance. Anyone else wants to talk about this topic? I don't see any other hands. So, okay, let's move on then. Oh, sorry. Zara, do you want to just say anything about this topic before we move on?
Yes, I just wanted to say.
If you can just introduce yourself first.
Yes, I'm Sarah Njemanakut. I'm a staff astronomer at ACAO, but I'm also supervising student in Madagascar. And I think I just wanted to bring a good point that it is good that the IIUGA is planning to have this legacy for MSc coursework, because that's always a headache when students, for instance, in Madagascar, want to pursue their studies abroad. They can't go straight for a PhD because our master's level is not being recognized yet. They spend like more than 1 year doing research. So not having this transition of most of scholarship available are PhD, but if they want to continue doing a PhD, they need to do another master's outside. So most likely having the mandate of a master's project is definitely very helpful, because I'm sure Madagascar is not a single case. And one of the reasons for that is just this thing of not having the same equivalence from French-speaking and English-speaking countries. So I don't know if this GA can also even bring this worry that how can we ensure that if the quality of work is there, then that student can go straight for a PhD rather than having to redo it all over again, and yet it's not even available. Thank you.
Right. Okay, thanks very much, Sarah. Okay, let's then close that topic. And Neeraj, you had something different that you wanted to bring up?
Yeah. So if I can take the liberty of showing a slide from an earlier talk during AFAS. Yeah, so this is a slide which was made in the talk I gave at the AFAS. So these are 4 maps. The first one is the map which has of countries which have a NOC of the OAO. The second is where all the amateur astronomy clubs are. The third is the registered participants for AFAS 2021, and the fourth is which countries have a NAIC, which of course has been updated since this, right? So I think many people have talked about the fact that there's a huge diversity of access opportunities, etc., of astronomy between different countries in Africa. And we all know that, but I think maybe the GA is a good occasion for us to maybe think of conscious strategies to kind of, overcome this or help obviate this huge level of disparity. Have conscious specific strategies, evolve some kind of not just policy, but evolve some action items to kind of address this issue.
No, thanks. If you think of any specific suggestions that you want to add to the document, add to the plan, please do so. Right. I think everyone can take a deep breath now, because I think we've managed to get through all the topics that that were voted on or that were selected there. Is there? Sorry, I see a hand. Am I moving away too fast? Thierry again?
Yes, I'm coming with a topic that I don't know how much it will be relevant and to you, to all the astronomers, but I think we have to find a way to do it. Is kind of I don't know if it's already set, or if you have already a moment dedicated for astronomy, like a giant conference of astronomy through the continent. It will be annual conference, or where we will be, there you have kind of exhibitions of research made. People will show up to audience what they discover, what they have done during the years. So it will be an annual conference organized by AIU each
I think
something like that.
Yeah. I think that need is addressed by the African Astronomical Society. They have an annual meeting. The next one is coming up in March next year. Sarah, you wanna maybe say something about that? I just see you on my screen, or anyone from AFAS wants to just say something about the annual conference.
Yes, yeah, just that. Yes, the FS conference will be next March. I think we've just got the save the date documents. I think Charles has just created those, and sorry, excuse me. So it's divided. It's got science talks and it's got education and outreach talks. And I mean, this is quite new. This is only the second one we've done. So we're hoping that it will build and obviously can include more and more people from the community and across the continent. So yes, we hope people can join that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, now we can breathe a sigh of relief. No other hands. Okay, thank you very, very much, everyone. I think this has been quite a marathon, and thank you for your patience in going through all this. I think what we really see here is that we have a huge community. We have a diverse community, but we also have a lot to say, and there's a lot of ideas. Now, the vision document is meant to take all these sort of diverse ideas and put it into something meaningful. So all the discussion so far, we'd really encourage you to continue populating that document. I see a hand from someone we haven't heard from before, so I'm going to give them a chance. Moiset? I don't know how to pronounce the name. Silva?
Yeah, Moses from Angola.
Moses Silva. Okay. Yes, over to you.
My English is not very good because I speak Portuguese, but I will try say something.
Sure.
I'm gonna try bring the astronomy for my country. We are trying to study astronomy, but my country is so how can I say something someone here speak Portuguese to translate for me.
Is there anyone that speaks Portuguese who can help translate? We don't have any other Portuguese speakers here.
Oh, sorry. I am trying. I am trying.
We are following you. You're doing a great job. Maybe
yes,
try.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry that there's no other Portuguese speakers here today.
Yeah, but I am from Angola, country of Africa, and I am very interested in astronomy. I am try study, and I am try to bring astronomy for Angola, but I need help. I need help for that. So
okay, so
maybe if someone can translate for me, but no problem.
Yeah, no, look, I think we understand the message, and I think in terms of getting support or getting help for your work in Angola, can I suggest that you drop an email to us, to me, or to someone from the African Astronomical Society, because we do have Portuguese language speaking astronomers and a network that can assist. So send me an email and I will connect you with the right people.
Kevin.
Right. Yes, Prosperi. Did you want to respond?
Yeah, I think we can also try to help him and link them with the University of Modern in Mozambique. So Claudia and I can see how we can assist them as well.
Okay, great. So Moses, if you send me an email, I'll put you in touch with Prosperi and the others who can assist. Great. Okay.
Thank you very much. I will do.
No, thank you very much. Obrigado. So now let's start rounding up. I just wanted to say my thank you to everyone, and then I'll hand over to Vanessa. So it's been a long day, and I want to thank everyone for their attention. I want to thank everyone for their contributions. I hope that everyone had a chance to have your say whenever you had something to say, whether it was by voice or by or in the chat. And I want to acknowledge that you know, we've also had some tense moments with misunderstandings or things in the chat. And this is completely normal. This is a very diverse audience, and you know, every region of the world is different, but Africa is one of the most diverse in terms of the number of countries, the number of cultures, and the differences in the people. And so I think the strength that we have, though, is that you know, when there is something that we might be offended by, that if we say something that is inappropriate, we learn from it. We learn together, we grow together, and we grow Africa together. So thank you very much for everyone's patience today, for your attention, and for your contributions. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Vanessa.
Thanks everyone, and thanks Kevin. I don't have a lot to say, just to say that we'll be closing the meeting now, but for tomorrow we'll start the formal program 15 minutes earlier, so at 9:45, and we'll do a similar thing, sort of reflections on today, and then we'll go into the two parallel sessions. There's a parallel session for science and there's a parallel session for outreach, but you just come to the same Zoom link as today, and then we go into breakout rooms from there. So you can also sort of jump in between the sessions as you need to. And of course, as usual, the Gather Town space is open now after the meeting, and will also be open tomorrow morning. So I think that's all from me, and have a lovely rest of your day, and see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Thank you very much, everyone. If anyone needs to chat with others on this Zoom, you can, but the Gather Town link will be open. Feel free to go there. We'll leave this Zoom open for a few minutes. If no one's chatting, then we'll close it. Thank you, everyone, and see you tomorrow. We'll just have the two parallel sessions tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Bye bye, everyone. Ending the Zoom.